Lin Yiping waited for Tang Yulan to finish the phone call with Ma Jing, and then hurriedly followed Ma Jing's suggestion to find Ma Jing's superior Xue Xue. When Lin Yiping came to Xue Xue's workstation, she asked anxiously, "Mr. Xue Xue put down her work and called to Lin Yiping, "Xiao Lin, don't worry, sit down first and talk about it first. I have an impression of what you said." "What's wrong?" Lin Yiping replied, "Now the payment information of these two companies has been sent to Sister Tang, but she said that she did not know that these two companies could owe invoice payments. It does not comply with the normal payment process and has been excluded. There is no way to compare it. It's time to pay." Xue Xue smiled and replied, "Sister Tang doesn't know, and I don't know either. Did you negotiate with someone?" Lin Yiping smiled bitterly and said, "I came to see Sister Tang, Manager Ma and you. The reply you gave me was that there was no precedent and I couldn't make the decision. Then I waited for a few hours and met Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng at that time was very tight, and I was only given 2 minutes, and then I was asked to sign the signature of the business unit president to pay the invoice." Xue Xue replied, "If Mr. Feng agreed to it, of course it is possible. But we have not received a clear notification." Lin Yiping had no choice but to ask, "If Mr. Feng didn't take the initiative to inform you, could you please take the initiative to ask Mr. Feng for instructions?" Xue Xue replied with a bad look on her face, "How can I ask about something like this that obviously violates the company's financial rules and regulations?" Lin Yiping replied, "Then what should we do in this situation now? How about you come with me to find Mr. Feng to communicate face to face, and I will ask, and you will be responsible for listening, is that okay?" Xue Xue reluctantly agreed, "This is also a way. You go ahead, I will follow you and listen." Lin Yiping took Xue Xue to the door of Feng Shilan's office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." After Lin Yiping met Feng Shilan, she reported, "Mr. Feng, the last time I asked you for instructions on the report of invoices owed by the two suppliers of the Nanshan project to apply for payment, I have already asked the president of the 5th business unit to sign it, but today the payment information of the two suppliers when I arrived at Sister Tang Yulan's place, I was kicked out because it did not comply with the company's regular payment regulations. Therefore, I now invite Mr. Xue Xue to come with you to ask for your instructions in person, hoping to pay for the rush work of the project department, and agreed to fight reported payments to these two vendors." Feng Shilan replied, "Xiao Lin, thank you for your hard work. I agree to pay, but it must be signed by the president of the 5th business unit. Xue Xue, when you are reviewing the information of the two suppliers who reported outstanding invoices and applied for payment, as long as you see the signature of the president of the 5th business unit, you can agree to pay." Xue Xue replied, "Okay, I will explain it to Ma Jing later." Feng Shilan then arranged for Xue Xue to say, "If similar things happen again in the future, our colleagues in the financial system should work harder and ask more direct leaders of the financial system. Don't let colleagues in the business department think that the finance department is too mechanical and affects the company. Operating efficiency." Xue Xue replied, "Xiao Lin's matter is obviously against the daily regulations of our financial system, so I don't dare to ask myself for fear of being scolded." Feng Shilan replied, "Since the problem has arisen, it is up to you to ask the question. You cannot ignore the matter because you are afraid of being scolded. You must know that it affects the progress of the project, not only the project department, but also the vision. Looking further, it affects the development of the entire company." Xue Xue asked in a low voice, "But this degree is really difficult to control. Many times, if you ask a question and it is slightly inappropriate, you will be scolded. Therefore, now, as long as it is judged to be against the company's rules, we will not dare to do anything." Came to ask. Feng Shilan replied, "Now that the company is a listed company, with a good platform, we have developed faster than before. However, our ideas, management methods, and the quality of management personnel have not achieved good synchronized development. Many people still have staying on old ideas and old methods. But many of these people are in key positions. You should pay attention to something that your boss often mentions in meetings. If you don't change your mind, you should change people. You must maintain the spirit of learning and improve your overall quality in a timely manner so as not to hinder the company's rapid development. Shui agreed, okay. Mr. Feng, I understand. I will adjust myself and convey the spirit you talked about today to the colleagues in my department, so that everyone can study hard, keep pace with the times, and never delay. The backbone of the company's rapid growth. Feng Shilon nodded with satisfaction and said, okay. If you have nothing else to do, you can go back and do your own business. After Lin Yiping and Shui came out of Feng Shilon's office, Lin Yiping asked, Mr. Shui, what do you think should be done with the payment information of these two companies now, and how to notify Tang Yulan and Ma Jing? Shui replied, you invite them both to come to my workstation, and I will make arrangements for them in person. Lin Yiping came to Tang Yulan's workstation and said, Sister Tang, Mr. Shui asked me to invite you to her workstation. I have something to arrange. Tang Yulan replied, okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Yiping came to Ma Jing's workstation and said, Manager Ma, Mr. Shui asked me to invite you to her workstation. I have something to arrange. Ma Jing asked, do you want to go together? Lin Yiping replied, I have to go. Let's leave now. I've invited Sister Tang first, and I'll probably arrange things when the four of us are together. Ma Jing replied, okay. Let's go. The two of them arrived at Shui's workstation one after another, and Tang Yulan also arrived. After Shui asked the three of them to find chairs and sit down by themselves, she said, the thing that Xiaolin came to contact today is that the two companies did not provide invoices and applied for payment. Just now, Xiaolin and I went to ask Feng Shilon, the person in charge of the financial center, for instructions. Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng's opinion is very clear. As long as the president of the 5th business unit signs the report documents of the two suppliers, our finance department can regard it as normal payment. Sister Tang, Ma Jing, you too, did you hear clearly what I just said? Tang Yulan replied, listen clearly, it means agreeing to pay the two suppliers who owe invoices. Shui replied, yes, that's what it means. By the way, I would like to convey Mr. Feng's guiding spirit to you too. Whenever you encounter similar matters in the future, try to communicate with colleagues within the financial system, and do not let colleagues from the business department like Xiao Lin do the communication. Because they are not that professional in financial knowledge, their understanding of some issues may be quite biased. It would be easier for colleagues within our financial system to communicate, increase mutual understanding, and reduce mutual misunderstandings. After Lin Yiping arranged in front of Shui that Tang Yulan and Ma Jing could pay the two units that owed invoices, she left the financial department and returned to her workstation in the 5th business department. Lin Yiping called Yu Dongjin, the commercial director of the Nanshan project department, and informed her, Yu Gong, the payment information of the two units that owe invoices today was removed by Sister Tang. After several hours of repeated communication in the finance department, now everyone has finally agreed that they can pay the invoices they owe. You can rest assured. But one thing to note is that their invoices must be completed before the next payment, otherwise the financial department will not be able to give him the green light again. Yu Dongjin promised repeatedly, okay, we will definitely convey it. Thank you Lin Gong. Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing to make arrangements. Yunqing, come to my office now. Zhang Yunqing arrived at Zhao Manfu's office and asked, Mr. Zhao, what's the matter? Zhao Manfu replied, I just received a call from Mr. Song, saying that Boss Bai requested to hold a pre-bid meeting for the Tanghai Bay 701 hospital project the day after tomorrow, and arranged for me, and the purchase of seedlings. Yu Xingjie will return to Kyoto today and meet with Mr. Bai tomorrow. The staff of the business department will discuss it for one day and formally report it the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing asked, it's almost dark today, is it still too late? Zhao Manfu replied, if you have time, send your name, ID number, and mobile phone number to Project Department Finance Tang Ying immediately, and she will book the earliest flight for the three of us that can be caught tonight. Zhang Yunqing replied, I have sent my name, ID number, and mobile phone number to Tang Ying, the finance director of the project department, and she has replied that she is booking our tickets for tonight. Zhao Manfu said, just send the message. Go and pack your computer immediately and be ready to go at any time. Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay, I will go back to the Ministry of Commerce office to clean up immediately. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office and started packing up his laptop, ready to go at any time. Yu Dongjin saw Zhang Yunqing packing up his laptop and came over and asked, Mr. Zhang, it's almost dark. Are you ready to pack up your computer and go somewhere? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao just informed me that I, Yu Xingjie, and Mr. Zhao will go to Kyoto tonight to attend the pre-bid meeting and discussion of the business organization tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow we will attend the meeting of Boss Bai in person. Organized pre-bid meeting. Yu Dongjin asked, in that case, you three will leave the project department for a few days. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. Is there anything urgent that you and Li Xishuan need to communicate with? Yu Dongjin replied, before I came to you, I asked Li Xishuan this question. We have nothing urgent to communicate at the moment. The more important thing these days is the payment issue. For now, hand it over. There was no problem with every payment and it was accepted. Finance said that if everything goes well, payment to our project department suppliers will be completed within 1 or 2 days. Zhang Yunqing replied, it is important to make the next payment, but there is a contradiction in that the financial department always wants to delay the payment, so you should pay close attention to it and report any problems in time. Another important thing is the progress payment declaration issue. Have the progress declaration documents of the other 2 companies been submitted? Yu Dongjin replied, I asked again this morning. The company at Daetongtong Company for the second bidding section has sent the progress payment declaration documents to Huatye's cost manager Qin Wenhao. Zhang Yunqing asked, what about the third bidder? Yu Dongjin replied, Yu Linfei, the project manager of Fuxian Company in the third bid section, said that their estimator was sick and went to the hospital today. If nothing else happens, the progress payment declaration documents can be sent to Huatye's cost manager Qin Wenhao tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yunqing agreed, Yu Linfei, the project manager of this Fuxian company, is probably a bit incompetent. You should keep an eye on this matter to avoid being tricked by Yu Linfei and affecting our collection work. Yu Dongjin agreed, in the past few days, I will simply call Lin Fei every day. Zhang Yunqing then arranged, I have been in meetings these past 2 days. There are some urgent matters that don't necessarily require a phone call. You can make your own judgment and do whatever you want to do. Be more flexible. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, Mr. Zhang. Project manager Zhou Wenqing arranged for park construction engineer Wan Song to drive Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing and Yu Xingjie to Nanshan Airport. There were no words along the way. At a traffic intersection, the vehicle stopped because it was waiting for a red light. After stopping for dozens of seconds, Yu Xingjie said to Wan Song, why do I feel like the car is rushing forward? Have you refueled? Wan Song laughed and said, Yu Gong, don't be ridiculous. This car just stopped at a red light. How could I refuel? Yu Xingjie said, that's too bad, I guess I might have been rear-ended. After hearing what Yu Xingjie said, Wan Song said, it's possible. Just wait a moment. I'll get out of the car and go take a look. Wan Song got out of the car and saw that the headlights of a car were very close to the rear of the vehicle he was driving. When he got closer, he saw that the 2 cars had already started and collided with each other. The driver of the car behind was trying hard to drive the vehicle forward, but was blocked by Wan Song's car and could not move forward. Wan Song walked over and stood in front of the car behind him, gave the driver of the car behind him a stop gesture, and told the car behind him, what are you doing? The front of your car has rear-ended my car, why are you still here? Are you going to drive forward as hard as you can? Go back, go back. The car behind him moved back dozens of centimeters. Wan Song walked through the gap he had just exited and stood by the right front window of the car behind him. He saw a male driver wearing a mask, who was slowly turning the steering wheel and was about to ask the driver to get out. When we were talking about compensation, the car behind me had already kicked off the accelerator and started running away. Another off-road vehicle came up behind, and the person in the passenger seat said to Wan Song, "Let the car in front of you pay for it." Wan Song smiled bitterly and said, "I ran away, how can I ask him to pay for it?" At this time, the three people in the car got out, and together with Wan Song, they looked at the location where the car behind them had just hit the car. Wan Song said, "Oh, no, the car just wiped out 3 obvious marks on this rear end." Yu Xingjie comforted, "Forget it, the other party has already driven away, and it is impossible to compensate you." Wan Song added, "Dear leaders, the car involved in the accident has already run away. The injuries are not serious, and the insurance is not easy to reimburse. Is it possible to find a repair shop to simply repair it and then reimburse it?" Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Wan Song, it's okay. After you go to the repair shop to repair it, you can reimburse it normally. After all, this is an office incident, so you don't have to worry. Spend 100 years organizing a pre-bid meeting and discussion, with participants including Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Yu Xingjie, Lin Yiping, Lei Zhao, nursery stock experts, art masters, etc." Hua Baibeilai made an opening statement. "First of all, I would like to thank all colleagues for taking the time to participate in today's pre-bid meeting discussion of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital. We have invited to the meeting today the person in charge of production, operation, and seedling procurement from the Nanhai area, the seedling experts who participated in the on-site inspection, the person in charge of bidding for this project and the person in charge of materials from the Commerce Department of our 5 business divisions, as well as art masters who will be matched with this project in the future. Normally everyone is very busy at work, and it is difficult for us to get together. This time, everyone has worked hard to provide more valuable opinions and discuss more, and finally formed a relatively perfect bidding document to welcome Boss Bai's pre-bid meeting review tomorrow. Now I would like to ask Mr. Zhao Manfu, the production manager of the Nanhai area, to introduce to you the on-site inspection situation." As soon as Zhao Manfu finished his words, he continued, "Now I will introduce the on-site inspection situation for your reference during the bidding process. This project is divided into 3 bidding sections, namely the first bidding section, the second bidding section and the third bidding section. The construction area of each bid section is almost evenly distributed, basically 200,000 square meters. The soil condition of the area where the site is located is quite poor, and it can be understood that it is basically a sea sand area. According to a nursery stock expert who participated in the inspection, there happened to be one who came to the meeting today. He said that in such a sea sand area, only trees like casuarina can survive, and other trees basically cannot survive. However, there is no casuarina in our design drawing. It can be basically understood that it is some northern sapling species. Based on this, it is inferred that this design drawing may be the work of a northern designer. If the plants are to be planted according to the design configuration, we have estimated the construction cost. Each bid section will roughly cost an additional 12 million for soil and 12 million for salt discharge. We hope that the bidding team will consider this situation carefully when comparing bids. There is no problem with the traffic conditions at the site, and the roads are well connected in all directions. There is a problem with the water on site. There is only seawater from the seaside, and there is no municipal tap water or fresh water that can be used for engineering production. When bidding, consider the increase in water bills caused by no water source. There is no electrical connection on site. After winning the bid and entering the site, you need to apply for the electrical connection. The demolition situation on the site is not optimistic. Except for the first bidding section, there are some private houses that have not been demolished in the second and third bidding sections, and there are still ordinary people living in the houses. Mr. Hua, that's all I have to say. If you still don't understand anything, you can ask me again. Hua Baibai replied, okay, Mr. Zhao, thank you for sharing the on-site inspection situation with all the members of our bidding team. Do you have any questions for Mr. Zhao? If you have any, just ask now. If not, it doesn't matter. Okay, next I would like to ask Zhang Yunqing, the person in charge of operations in the Nanhai area, to introduce the situation related to costs and quotations compiled after the inspection. After Zhang Yunqing heard that he was asked to talk about the situation, he promptly said, Mr. Zhao has just introduced the on-site situation where this project is located. I would like to briefly report the situation involved here to all leaders as follows. 1. Local purchase price of land for customers. The price of the car at the market is 20 yuan per cubic meter. 2. Local material prices have not yet been fully determined. It is recommended that 95% of the price stated in the information be considered as the true cost. 3. The latest 3 local price information documents have been found and sent to Lin Yiping, the person in charge of the bidding for this project. 4. The cost price of the seedlings has been negotiated with Yu Xingjie, and the electronic version has been sent to Lin Yiping. 5. The inquiry list for granite and steel wood structures has been sent to Lei Zhao, the material manager of the division. 6. Greening labor team workers can be found around the project location, and the price is basically the same as the current Nanshan project and Cheongshan Bowen project. Mr. Hua, this is the main information I have at present. Hua Baibai said, if the Yunqing project wins the bid, it happens to be within the scope of your area. In principle, it will be arranged for you to manage. After all, Lei Zhao of the Material Price Division is not in the local area. You will return it after you return from the meeting. It is necessary to arrange material personnel from the 2 project departments to find out the material prices more clearly, and if there are major changes, written documents must be promptly notified to Lin Yiping. Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay, Mr. Hua, when we get back we will arrange for the material staff to take time to implement the things you have arranged. Hua Baibai continued to preside over the meeting. Next, please ask Yu Xingjie, the nursery stock purchaser of the Nanshan project, to report on the inquiry status of the seedlings. Yu Xingjie reported, regarding the price of seedlings for this bidding project, our seedling system has done 2 inquiries, and the result document of the inquiry has been sent to Lin Yiping, the person in charge of the bidding, through Zhang Yunqing. The first inquiry work was based on the drawings. The seedlings on the original drawing are basically those from the north, and are basically non-existent in the Nanhai area. Therefore, the main consideration is to collect seedlings from Behe, Nanhe and other areas, and then bring them to the project location in the Nanhai area. In this case, these seedlings will have to be transported because of the distance far away, resulting in high freight and reduced survival rate of seedlings. After comprehensive calculation, the cost and price of local seedlings are slightly higher than those in the north. This ratio is roughly 30% higher. The second inquiry is about seedling varieties commonly used in high-end communities in Nanhai area. The reason for asking for this price is that in the Nanhai area, no matter how you design it, it should have the style and characteristics of the South China Sea. We understand that it is impossible to plant all the seedlings from the north. For example, seedlings in the north are all bare in winter, which is not only unsightly but also brings a lot of trouble to the cleaning workers. Mr. Hua, this is what I am reporting on. Hua Baibai praised Yu Xingjie and said, well, Lao Yu has done a good job. He not only inquired about the price of seedlings, but also made sufficient preparations for later design adjustments in advance based on the special circumstances of the project. You can ask more questions. People who are good at learning the spirit of active work, especially the material system, should pay special attention to this. Now let's ask Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials in the business department, to report the situation. Lei Zhaohui reported, Dear leaders and colleagues, good morning. I am Lei Zhao, the material manager of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department. It has only been less than a week since I received the material inquiry list sent to me by Zhang Yunqing. Therefore, my material inquiry work has only been completed, and I am still far from completing the inquiry satisfactorily. It's a step short, and it's estimated that it will take at least 3 days to complete all the inquiry work. Here, I would like to express my opinion that I will definitely work overtime to inquire about materials and ensure that this bidding will not be affected. After listening to Lei Zhao's report, Hua Bai arranged, "Now, please let the seedling experts who participated in the on-site inspection report the situation." The nursery stock expert reported the report with a smile. "Mr. Zhao has already said what I want to say before. I am only familiar with the seedlings in the north. I don't know much about the seedlings in the south. So I don't need to add anything now." Content. Hua Bai continued to preside over the meeting and said, "Now let's ask the art master to express his opinion." The art master said, "The original design of this project uses a large number of northern nursery species, which are actually not practical in the south. In the South China Sea area, it is still recommended to plant palms, trees, ground covers, etc. that can reflect the South China Sea style. For example, palms can be considered, false beetle nut, king coconut, bottle coconut, stick coconut, triangular coconut, foxtail coconut, queen sunflower, oil palm, sugar palm, Washington sunflower, Washington palm, Canadian date palm, Middle Eastern date palm, palm, dong palm, sugar coconut, soft leaf thorn sunflower, three-drug beetle nut, green palm, fragrant palm, long-tasseled fishtail sunflower, short-tasseled fishtail sunflower, loose-tailed sunflower, etc. Trees to consider: alpine fig, small-leaved fig, yellow kudzu fig, Bodhi fig, weeping-leaved fig, willow-leaf fig, poinciana, small-leaf terminalia tree, large-leaf terminalia tree, African neem, large-leaf mahogany, pot shelf, autumn maple, red flower kapok, green kapok, camphor tree, rain tree, Indian rosewood, agarwood, earth agarwood, jacaranda, neem, wood pineapple, flame wood, white orchid, Nanhai pingpa, false pingpa, hanging melon tree, South China red bean, acer, Syzygium sibirica. Syzygium maculata, Syzygium sylvestris, Polypodia acuminatum, large leaves, Diodonum acuminata, middle leaves, Ficus salivia, Scutularia, red-flowered sheep's hoof beetle, pink-flowered sheep's hoof beetle, pink-flowered campanula, silver-scale campanula, yellow-flowered campanula, long-leaf mahu oil, mango, hibiscus, big-leaf crepe myrtle, beautiful kapok, fragrant olive, sea mango, araucaria, four-season osmanthus, red melaleuca, yellow locust, coxcomb thorn tongue, water, yellow bark, frangipani, etc. Ball plants can be considered: big red flower, ball, gray lily, ball, red car, ball, etc. Ground cover plants can be considered: rhododendron, gardenia, wolfberry, clover, callus, Ophiopogon japonicus, large leaf oil grass, etc., phoenix bamboo, goose bamboo, etc., ivy, honeysuckle, etc. Some other ground cover plants adapted to special environments, such as vitex, corallin and burdock, which are highly resistant to salt and alkali. The art master named many plants in one breath, and Yuxingjie, the sapling purchaser, showed a look of approval. The art master continued to explain, all these plants with the characteristics of the South China Sea region cannot be planted directly in the sea sand soil in the project area. If this project must be made in a beautiful and high-end direction, it must be carried out salt removal and soil replacement. This requires the company to make decisions, otherwise it will affect our art department's proposal adjustment opinions in the bidding. Hua Bai replied, "The boss of the company attaches great importance to this project now. You should make a plan in a high-end direction first. The boss will attend the pre-bid meeting tomorrow and make a decision directly after asking for instructions in person." The art master replied, "That's okay. Then we will understand Boss Bai's final opinion tomorrow and then prepare the art adjustment plan in detail." Hua Bai continued to arrange, "Now, please let Lin Yiping report on the gross profit margin calculation of this bidding project." Lin Yiping then reported, Dear leaders, good morning everyone. I am Lin Yiping, the head of the bidding team of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department. Let me now report to you the calculation of gross profit margin for the bidding for the garden landscape project of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital. This project is divided into 3 bidding sections: first bid section, second bid section and third bid section. The construction area of each bid section is basically about 200,000 square meters. The data reported below are all calculated based on the bidding construction drawings for the time being, and the impact of artistic adjustments on gross profit margin has not yet been taken into account. The cost of one bid section is 65 million yuan, and the upper price is expected to be 100 million yuan, with a gross profit margin of 35%. The cost of the second bidding section is 80 million yuan, and the upper price is expected to be 120 million yuan, with a gross profit margin of 33%. The cost of the third bidding section is 90 million yuan, and the upper price is expected to be 130 million yuan, with a gross profit margin of 31%. Hua Baibai asked, have the costs of these 3 bidding sections been consolidated? Lin Yiping replied, more than 90% of the cost amount has been consolidated clearly. Only a small part of the floor material prices need to be further consolidated. Since the total amount of this part of the data is not large, the impact on the total cost data is also relatively small. The cost data is finalized. Hua Baibai asked, don't be anxious, first tell me how you consider the on-site funds. Lin Yiping replied, the bidding price for this project is 100 million yuan. According to the company's regular bidding calculation method, the calculation is temporarily based on 2% of the bidding price. Zhang Yunqing asked, there is no municipal tap water or electricity connection at the project site, which requires increased costs. Have these cost increases been considered? Lin Yiping replied, I haven't considered it. According to the conventional considerations, there are 3 connections and 1 leveling. I haven't considered the additional costs. Zhao Manfu asked, Mr. Hua, if you think about it this way, the cost will not be fully considered. Then the gross profit margin will be calculated on the high side. Should it be adjusted? Hua Baibai replied, Mr. Zhao, we are still in the bidding stage. If we consider the cost too high, you know that the company also has specific requirements for gross profit margin, which will cause our quoted price to be too high. The bidding evaluation rule for this project is to win the bid at a reasonable and low price. What is more important for us at this stage is to consider how to enable him to win the bid. If we win the bid, we can discuss it carefully when signing the project target responsibility letter. Zhao Manfu said, in that case, let's handle it according to Mr. Hua's advice first. After 100 years of Lin Yiping was arranged to continue reporting. Lin Yiping opened the bid summary table for the first bid section and explained, we divide the cost of each bid section into 5 major parts: earthworks, gardening projects, greening projects, water and electricity projects, and on-site expenses. As shown in the summary table of the first bid section on the projection, the earthwork cost is 5 million yuan, the garden construction project is 25 million yuan, the greening project is 30 million yuan, the water and electricity project is 3 million yuan, and the on-site expenses are 2 million yuan, with a total cost of 65 million yuan. Let's take a look at the detailed earthworks table of costs, which is relatively simple. The excavation and fill volume on site is 100,000 cubic meters, with a cost of 900,000 yuan. The replacement planting soil is 100,000 cubic meters, with a cost of 4.1 million yuan. Hua Baibai interjected, Shaolin, please pay attention to this data report. The boss may ask you how the unit price of excavation and filling at the site is 9 yuan per cubic meter. You need to explain. The unit price of replacing and filling planting soil is 41 yuan. How each cubic meter comes from also needs to be explained. Lin Yiping replied, this is for inquiry, how else can I explain it? Hua Baibai replied, Shaolin, if you're not asking for a price, I won't explain. The boss's habit is to calculate clearly the work efficiency of each machine and labor, what is the corresponding unit price, and what is the calculated comprehensive unit price. Can speak clearly. Boss Bai is used to holding a calculator there when she has a meeting. You report the numbers to her, and she will just press the calculator to calculate. If the calculated data cannot be self-consistent, it is very likely that it will be wrong. You will get scolded. You can test it now with the cost of replacing the planting soil at 41 yuan per cubic meter. Everyone will help come up with ideas. Otherwise, if you ask such detailed questions tomorrow, you will not be able to answer Boss Bai's question. Lin Yiping replied, then let me try to explain. The normal price of buying a planting soil truck is 20 yuan per cubic meter. It takes 1.4 cubic meters to compress the truck into a solid cube. To compact it into 1 cubic meter, 20 times 1.4 equals 28 yuan per cubic meter. After purchasing the planting soil, the on-site shipping fee is temporarily calculated as 3 yuan per cubic meter, which is 28 plus 3 is equal to 31 yuan per cubic meter. Backfilling and rough modeling are calculated at 3 yuan per cubic meter, which is 34 yuan per cubic meter. After estimating the management fee and profit of the earth-moving labor team at 17%, it is 39.78 yuan per cubic meter. Hua Baibai asked, isn't the cost listed at 41 yuan per cubic meter? Why are you 1.22 yuan less? Zhang Yunqing reminded, forest workers, are you not adding the 3.0 percentage points of business tax? Lin Yiping immediately took the calculator to calculate, and then said, Mr. Hua, if you add the business tax that Zhang Gong reminded just now, it will be just a few cents more than 41 yuan per cubic meter. That is to say, the cost price of 41 yuan per cubic meter, it's all figured out. Do you think the way of explanation just now works? Hua Baibai nodded and replied, well, this is what we need. Be careful of Boss Bai's random checks. We often have meetings and are often asked about it, which is quite embarrassing. After the meeting, you must make a main list. The comprehensive unit price composition must be formed into an analysis data table file just like this earthwork comprehensive unit price analysis, to prevent Boss Bai from passively gathering data temporarily when he asks. Lin Yiping replied, okay, I understand. I will do more preparations after the meeting. Now, those who make materials and seedlings, please pay more attention to the cost data on the projection. We will go through it one by one. If there are any problems, please remind them in time and we can discuss how to modify them. There were a lot of items on the list, and each bid section was reviewed one by one. It was already dark just by these people finishing the cost list. Based on everyone's revision opinions, Lin Yiping revised it on the spot at the venue. The data for the 3 bidding sections was finally completed after 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone is full of confidence and is quite satisfied with the results of the joint research. They all think that Boss Bai can handle it easily during the next review. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, there was a pre-bid meeting for Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital. The meeting was hosted by Bai Qingting, chairman of Western Construction Company, Limited and Boss Bai. Personnel participating in the pre-bid meeting include Song Ziyuan, Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Yu Xingjie, Lin Yiping, Lei Zhao, seedling experts, art masters, etc. Participants arrived at the conference room early to wait for Boss Bai's arrival. If they were even late than Boss Bai, they might receive special treatment. It is necessary to introduce Bai Qingting here. Bai Qingting is a lady about 40 years old. To be considered a strong woman in the shopping mall, you must be honest. Bai Qingting founded Western architecture almost 10 years ago. Bai Qingting is a top student at Huaguo Forestry University. After graduation, she was assigned to work as a technician in a government forestry agency. After working for a few months, she felt unsatisfied and far from her dream. After long-term thinking and struggle, she chose give up the iron rice bowl and go overseas to fight in the wave of market economy. Bai Qingting worked in many jobs at first, including collecting rags, running a hardware store, a noodle shop, a small restaurant, a clothing store, and trucking. She just chose one line of work and failed the other, and ended up stumbles. Over the past few years, she has been quite frustrated. Of course, all the money she lost was her father's money. She is not the only daughter of Bai Qingting's father, but she is the only one who has read the most books. Bai Qingting is the fifth among her siblings and the youngest. She has been very smart since she was a child. Bai Qingting's eldest sister is Bai Qingfeng, her second sister is Bai Qingxiu, her third brother is Bai Jiangwen, and her fourth brother is Bai Jianwu. Several other brothers and sisters couldn't bear it after seeing Bai Qingting lose money for several years. They all tried to persuade Bai Qingting to stop messing around and asked her to return to her father's nursery to help. Bai Qingting's father has been running a nursery for many years. He has experience and skills and is considered a celebrity in the local area. Bai Qingting had no choice but to return to her father's nursery to help. Not long after she returned, she had the opportunity to go to Kyoto with her father to participate in an international horticultural expo. At this venue, most people have language communication barriers, but there is no language barrier here for Bai Qingting. She can communicate with foreigners smoothly in foreign languages. During the International Horticultural Expo, Bai Qingting helped her father sign a 500,000 of bonsai trading orders. When Bai Qingting's father was happy, he rewarded her with 500,000 yuan after all the transactions were successful. As a result, the restless Bai Qingting persuaded her father and brothers and sisters to go north to Kyoto with the 500,000 yuan, and directly registered and founded the Western Horticulture Company. Later, it gradually developed and renamed the Western Construction Company, Limited, until the last construction company finally became listed companies. It was during this entrepreneurial process that Bai Qingting's husband Qianjing met, fell in love with and got married to her. Okay, having said so much, let's get down to business. After Bai Qingting came to the conference room, she waved to everyone and said, "Hello everyone." Song Ziyuan took the lead to stand up and applaud, and the rest naturally stood up and applauded to welcome Bai Qingting's arrival. Song Ziyuan said, "Hello, boss." Everyone shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." Bai Qingting walked towards the boss's seat reserved for her with a smile, while continuing to interact with everyone. Okay, everyone, that's really good." Zhao Manfu's face turned red from holding back. Song Ziyuan asked, "What's wrong with you, Manfu? Your face is all red." Zhao Manfu burst out laughing and replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, Boss Bai, I really can't hold it in anymore." Bai Qingting smiled and said, "What makes our all-powerful vice president of production unable to hold back? Tell us." Zhao Manfu replied sheepishly, "Boss Bai, don't you think what you just said is like an advertising slogan?" It was over now, and the entire venue burst into laughter. Bai Qingting still smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter whether it's an advertisement or not. What's important is to make everyone happy and to keep the atmosphere at the venue warm." After Bai Qingting sat down, she looked around the conference room and said, "This bidding for the 3 sections of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital is very important to our company. If we win the bid, we must put the project will become a local benchmark project, and then this benchmark project will be used to successfully find markets in the Nanhai area. Therefore, during the bidding stage, our production department and art department must attach great importance to it and send out capable personnel to handle related matters in the future. The first is to ensure winning the bid, and the second is to make artistic adjustments after winning the bid to make it a benchmark project in that area." When Bai Qingting was about to give a long speech, she saw a handsome middle-aged man coming out of the conference room. Bai Qingting hurriedly told everyone, "This is my husband, his name is Qian Zheng. Mr. Qian rarely comes to the company, so please applaud and welcome him." As soon as Bai Qingting finished speaking, Song Ziyuan took the lead in applauding, and then there was a warm applause in the conference room. Mr. Qianzheng came to sit next to Bai Qingting amid warm applause, and the applause stopped at this moment. Bai Qingting said to Qianzheng Dao, "Our pre-bid meeting for Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital has just begun. Please ask Mr. Qian to say a few words to everyone to boost morale." Qianzheng followed Bai Qingting's words and said, "Originally I said I wouldn't come to the meeting, but the chairman insisted on warmly inviting me to participate in this pre-bid meeting for Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital. As Song Ziyuan and Mr. Song know, I rarely participate in specific management work in the company. These management tasks are mainly led by the chairman. I am only responsible for the compliance department in the company, and the compliance department also has department heads, so there are not many things that require me to come to the company. I am happy to be free and take care of my children at home. It should be said that taking care of my children is my main job." After hearing this, Bai Qingting felt that it was not appropriate, so she promptly interjected, "Don't be fooled by my husband, Mr. Qian. Although Mr. Qian has less time to come to the company, the two of us are responsible for the company's major development policies and directions. After thorough discussion and research, one of my husband's biggest shortcomings is that he is too modest." As soon as he finished speaking, the venue burst into warm applause that lasted for a long time. Qianzheng looked embarrassed, stood up quickly, stretched out his hands, pressed down and said, "Okay, thank you for the warm applause." After the applause stopped, Qianzheng Kai sat back in his seat and continued, "The reason why Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital is very important to the company is that the company wants to use this project to open up the market in the entire Nanhai area, so we cannot simply treat him as treated as an ordinary project. I hope we can use the best power of the company to complete him." "Why do you say that?" "Because the possibility of winning the bid for this project is very high. I am the leader of the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital preparation team. We were already discussing how to complete this project perfectly before the project was approved. As for the problems in interpersonal relationships, that's all I can say. I hope everyone can understand and support me. Therefore, please don't think that this project is very different from the projects we usually do, so you don't pay attention to it. This is what worries me. Chairman, I think I have finished what I want to say. I still have things waiting for me at home, so I will leave first." Bai Qingting replied, "Okay. Hard-earned money." Everyone applauded to send Mr. Qian off. There was another warm farewell applause in the venue, and Qian was gradually disappearing in the aisle outside the conference room amid the applause. After Bai Qingting waited for Qianzheng to leave, she briefly explained what happened to Qianzheng. "You may be wondering, why is my husband given such a grand and warm welcome and farewell when he comes and goes? What everyone doesn't know is that after I founded Western Construction, when the company was running very hard, my husband came to our Western Construction Company. It was he who supported and encouraged me all the way. He was the one who always made suggestions, and we were the ones who co-management has allowed the company to grow to this point. But in recent years, as we have children at home, one of the two of us has to stay at home to take care of the children. After repeated discussions and experiments, the two of us finally decided that my husband would take care of the children at home, so he gave up his career for the sake of his family, but the company's anti-corruption compliance department was completely in his hands. Therefore, Mr. Qian has not been to the company for official business for a long time, so I was a little excited, so I asked everyone to applaud." Bai Qingting couldn't continue talking at this point and quietly wiped the corners of her eyes. Seeing this situation, Song Ziyuan quickly spoke up and smoothed things over. "Chairman, you can rest assured that our employees at Oriental Construction will respect Mr. Qian as always, no matter whether he has a position or authority in the company." "And change." Bai Qingting calmed down quickly, and continued with Song Ziyuan's words, "Thanks to our lovely employees for their understanding. In fact, it is precisely because of Mr. Qian's incident that I realized that there is a real family behind each of our employees. Employees who often stay up late and work overtime can't do their jobs well without the support of their families. Let's all applaud and thank our employees' family members for supporting our company's rapid growth. This time, even more enthusiastic applause rang out in the conference room. No one took the initiative to stop the applause. Instead, it ended naturally when everyone's palms turned red and they could no longer continue applauding. After the applause stopped, Bai Qingting presided over the work and said, "Mr. Song, I originally planned to speak today. I was so emotional just now that I didn't have to speak. I will talk about it later when the time is right. Can you introduce how you prepared for this pre-bid meeting?" Open. Song Ziyuan agreed, "Mr. Bai, the original plan for us to participate in the pre-bid meeting today was you, me, Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yinqing, Yu Xingjie, Lin Yiping, Lei Zhao, seedling experts, art masters and other 9 people. Later, Mr. Qian, there are exactly 10 people here. Now Mr. Qian has finished what he wanted to say and left the venue. My original plan was to ask you for your instructions after Mr. Bai finished your speech. Should I report the gross profit margin calculation document first, or should I first let everyone report the important information they clearly understand?" Bai Qingting replied, "Don't just ask me, I don't know the specific situation of the project. Whichever plan you think is better for reporting, use whichever plan will be reported first." Song Ziyuan replied helplessly, "Mr. Bai, normal bidding is to directly report the gross profit margin calculation, and we can solve some suspense issues in the intermediate process. However, the bidding situation of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital is more complicated. Not only does it need to make a bid quotation, but it also needs to optimize the construction drawing plan. Once optimized, the content of the drawing may actually become a lot. The meaning of the previous bid quotation not big. That's why I'm in suspense, and I still want to ask you to decide the order of reporting." After hearing Song Ziyuan's report, Bai Qingting said, "In the pre-bid meeting of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital, we should first report the gross profit margin calculation document according to the bidding construction drawings. Let me understand the general situation first, and then we will talk about the current situation of each department. There are suggestions for adjusting the bidding construction drawings, which makes it easier for me to understand the project information." Song Ziyuan replied, "Okay, Mr. Bai. Next, I will ask Lin Yiping to report the gross profit margin calculation document of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital." Bai Qingting said to Song Ziyuan, "Wait a moment, Mr. Song, arrange for someone to find me a calculator." After hearing this, Lin Yiping took the initiative and said, "There are 2 calculators at my workstation. I will bring them over right away." Lin Yiping trotted to her workstation and brought 2 calculators back to the conference room. One went to Bai Qingting and handed it to her, while the other was kept in her hand for later use. Bai Qingting arranged, "Xiao Lin, you can start reporting on the gross profit rate." Under Bai Qingting's arrangement, Lin Yiping opened the gross profit margin calculation file for the first bid section of the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital Garden Landscape project on her computer, adjusted the clarity of the projector, and then reported, "Dear leaders, good morning. Now let me report to you the gross profit margin calculation of the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital Garden Landscape project. The document you see on the projection now is for one bid section. The cost of one bid section is 65 million yuan, and the upper price is expected to be 100 million yuan, with a gross profit margin of 35%. Bai Qingting asked, "Xiao Lin, how many square meters is the construction area of the entire first bid section?" Lin Yiping replied, "Mr. Bai, the construction area of the first bidding section is 200,000 square meters." Bai Qingting asked, "What is the cost per square meter and the estimated price?" Lin Yiping replied, "The cost per square meter is 325 yuan, and the estimated price is 500 yuan. Bai Qingting replied, "Then the price is not high. The art department should pay attention to the low price and come up with appropriate countermeasures." The art master replied, "Okay, Mr. Bai, our art department has prepared some plans, and we will report them in detail when we report." Bai Qingting replied, "Okay, as long as the people in your art center know what to do about this matter. Xiaolin, please continue to report." Lin Yiping continued to report, the cost of the earthwork for the first bidding section is 5 million. The cost of the garden construction project is 25 million yuan, the cost of the greening project is 30 million yuan, the cost of the water and electricity project is 3 million yuan, and the on-site expenses are 2 million yuan, with a total cost of 65 million yuan. Let's take a look at the detailed earthworks table of costs, which is a bit simpler. The excavation and fill volume on site is 100,000 cubic meters, with a cost of 900,000 yuan. The replacement planting soil is 100,000 cubic meters, with a cost of 4.1 million yuan. Bai Qingting asked, please explain how these two cost unit prices are calculated. Lin Yiping replied, the cost unit price of on-site excavation, transportation and filling is 9 yuan per cubic meter, including excavation, on-site transportation within 1 kilometer, backfilling and other major construction contents. The unit price of excavation is 5 yuan per cubic meter, the on-site transportation distance within 1 kilometer is 1 yuan per cubic meter, and the backfill is considered at 3 yuan per cubic meter. These unit prices include business tax. Bai Qingting asked, how big of an excavator are you considering? How many cubic meters can it dig per hour? What is the calculated unit price per cubic meter? There were obvious beads of sweat on Lin Yiping's forehead, and she thought to herself, oh, Boss Bai, why are you asking so detailed questions? I just have to find a way to collect the data quickly. After Lin Yiping made up her mind, she reported, let's take the CAT 320 BC hook machine with a bucket capacity of 1.0 cubic meters as an example to calculate its excavation efficiency. During normal operation, including leveling, loading, shifting, refueling, short-time rest, etc., an excavator with a bucket capacity of 1.0 cubic meters digs 2 buckets, 1.5 natural cubic meters per minute, and 90 natural cubic meters per hour, 120 natural cubic meters. If it is calculated as working 10 hours a day, it can dig 900 natural cubic meters per day. Square, virtual square 1200 square. Loading soil by dump truck, digging 1 bucket per 30 seconds. It takes 13 buckets to load 1 truck, according to the bucket capacity of 12 cubic meters. Including the time for changing trucks, it takes a total of 420 seconds. When there are enough vehicles, 9 trucks can be discharged per hour, and 117 trucks can be discharged per hour. Based on the virtual square meter, 90 natural square meters in total, the transportation distance of 1 kilometer within the site requires approximately 3 dump trucks for each hook machine. The backfill earthwork is bulldozed and leveled with a bulldozer, and rolled with a flat roller. Bai Qingting asked, tell me about the unit price of these machines. Lin Yiping replied, the hook machine is calculated as 2,500 yuan per shift, and the unit price of each natural cubic meter is 2.8 yuan per cubic meter. The dump truck is calculated as 700 yuan per shift, and the unit price of each natural cubic meter is 2.92 yuan. The unit price of soil and flattening is calculated as 1 yuan per cubic meter, and the unit price of flat roller road roller is calculated as 2 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting pressed the calculator and said, okay, according to what you said, the hook machine is 2.8 yuan per cubic meter plus the dump truck is 2.92 yuan per cubic meter plus the bulldozer is 1 yuan per cubic meter plus the road roller is 2 yuan per cubic meter equals 8.72 yuan per cubic meter, and the cost unit price of 9 yuan per square meter does not match. Bai Qingting continued to talk to Song Ziyuan, Mr. Song, I know that your data was obtained by teasing, but you have to be serious about your work. You can't even make up for the data that you can't tease out, right? Song Ziyuan explained, Mr. Bai, although our cost data contains some elements of data, the unit price of this earthwork is usually inquired from the supplier. The cost issue is also close to 10, and it will not be too far away. Yes. There is still a slight difference in Xiaolin's current calculated data. I understand that this is just a theoretical calculated value, which is slightly different from reality, so her calculated data must be considered relatively accurate. Bai Qingting smiled and said, "Okay, I guess you are right and you got through it. But in the future, you need to strengthen your understanding of cost data. You must be familiar with the cost unit prices of machinery, labor, and materials." Song Ziyuan replied, "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your understanding." Hua Baibai and Lin Yiping, the Ministry of Commerce's future cost estimates must be strictly implemented in accordance with Mr. Bai's instructions and must not be sloppy. Hua Baibai and Lin Yiping quickly replied at the venue, "Okay, okay." Bai Qingting continued, "The cost of replacing planting soil is 41 yuan per cubic meter. How is this calculated?" Lin Yiping thought to herself, fortunately they had discussed it yesterday, so she said confidently, "Estimation of the unit price of replacing planting soil. First of all, the normal price of buying a planting soil truck is 20 yuan per cubic meter, and it takes 1.4 cubic meters to compress the truck into a solid cubic meter. To compact it into 1 cubic meter, 20 times 1.4 equals 28 yuan per cubic meter compacted. After purchasing the planting soil, the on-site shipping fee is temporarily calculated as 3 yuan per cubic meter, which is 28 plus 3 is equal to 31 yuan per cubic meter. Backfilling and rough modeling are calculated at 3 yuan per cubic meter, which is 34 yuan per cubic meter. The management fee and profit of the earthwork labor team are estimated at 17%, which is 39.78 yuan per cubic meter. Including business tax and surcharges, the total is 41 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting asked, "Is this unit price of 41 yuan per cubic meter based on inquiry?" Lin Yiping replied, "Yes, it's from inquiry." Bai Qingting asked, "How does the unit price of 41 yuan per cubic meter come from?" Lin Yiping replied, "During the inquiry process, I needed to understand more carefully and was afraid of being deceived by the supplier, so I asked the supplier to provide a detailed list for discussion and negotiation." Bai Qingting nodded and said, "In this case, at least the idea is better and I know more details." "How many inquiries have you made in total?" Lin Yiping replied, "Due to the tight deadline for this bidding, we have only inquired about the prices of 2 companies, and their prices are similar." Bai Qingting arranged, "Mr. Song, after this meeting, we need to strengthen the inquiry work and make several more inquiries. The difference in earthwork prices is already relatively large." Song Ziyuan replied, "Okay, Mr. Bai, we asked the price from the business department, and it is estimated that the accuracy will be less. After the meeting, I asked Zhaomanfu district to arrange someone to go to the project location to find the earthwork supplier. Find out the price." Zhaomanfu replied, "Mr. Song, Mr. Bai, we have arranged the inquiry for earthwork supply in our area, but the pre-bid meeting was held relatively early, so we haven't gotten the unit price yet. I will supervise it after the meeting." Bai Qingting replied dissatisfied, "Mr. Zhao, how early is it? The bidding will be opened in only a few days. The inquiry work must be strengthened. This time has been delayed for a long time. This will lead to inaccurate cost analysis and is not conducive to winning bid." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay, Mr. Bai, I will definitely strengthen the inquiry work." Bai Qingting continued to ask, "It takes 1.4 cubic meters to compact a car into a solid cube. Is there any basis for this data?" Lin Yiping replied, "Currently there is not much basis, mainly the empirical data provided by the supplier team." Bai Qingting replied dissatisfied, "Would it be correct to make judgments based only on empirical data? Isn't there a quota? Have you checked the data on the quota?" Lin Yiping replied, "There is no quota check." Bai Qingting asked, "Has the person in charge of the area operation where the project is located returned?" Zhao Manfu replied, "The person in charge of the area operation is Zhang Yunqing. He is back. Please stand up." Zhang Yunqing stood up after hearing what Zhao Manfu said and replied, "Chairman, I am Zhang Yunqing, the person in charge of the area operation." Bai Qingting asked Zhang Yunqing, "Do you know the relationship between the project location quota and the virtual and real cubic meters of earth compaction?" Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, there is an earth volume conversion table in the quota description. The natural density volume of 1 cubic meter is equivalent to the virtual volume of 1.3 cubic meters, the compacted volume of 0.87 cubic meters, and the loose fill volume of 1.08 cubic meters. Bai Qingting replied, then the car square is a virtual square, 20 yuan per square, converted into loose fill square equals 20 * 1.31.08 equals 24 yuan per square. Compared with the 28 yuan per square you calculated, the cost will be 4 less yuan per square meter. After hearing what Bai Qingting said, Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Bai, there may be a difference between the theoretical value and the actual value. Although the planting soil is loosely filled, in actual operation it is still very heavy to transport it in and pour it out. The earth is equivalent to being partially crushed. An earth-moving truck weighs at least 40 to 50 tons. These weights are put on a few tires. Its actual rolling effect is not much lower than that of a road roller. So like this, if we calculate it, we may be a little more optimistic in terms of cost. Bai Qingting asked, then what do you think we should do? Zhao Manfu replied, I think under the current circumstances, we can inquire about the prices of several more suppliers. The requirement is to use on-site grid measurement to confirm their backfill volume. The price must take into account the arrival of the materials and the site. Internal transfer, backfilling, rolling, etc. In this way, our upper and lower engineering quantities are theoretically consistent, and we can avoid the problem of losing money in this aspect. Bai Qingting replied, well, this is a feasible method, is there anything else? Zhao Manfu replied, there is also the issue of compaction coefficient. In fact, it has a relatively large impact on our pricing. We can clearly understand the vehicle price, then perform backfilling operations on site according to conventional methods, and finally measure it. Look at how many cubic meters have been backfilled, then add up the costs and divide them by the actual cubic meters backfilled, and then we can get the actual cost of our earthwork. Bai Qingting said, the experimental method is better, but everyone who works on projects knows that there is a time difference between the initial stage of backfilling with planting soil and when we actually deliver it for inspection. This time difference will cause a certain amount of settlement. The amount of settlement will how to solve the problem. Zhao Manfu replied, the difference in settlement is actually related to the degree of compaction during backfilling. Good compaction means less settlement. However, there are many completed projects in our industry. I was in the original. According to statistics from the project, the percentage reduction in engineering volume caused by settlement is roughly between 5% and 15%. Bai Qingting nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, everyone needs to be like Zhao Manfu and make more summaries in their daily work. Only then can we truly have a clear idea when calculating costs and arranging on-site work. The unit price of this planting soil is still high. After the meeting, everyone will work harder to consolidate the cost unit price more clearly. Okay, Xiaolin, please continue your report. Lin Yiping continued the report. The cost of the garden construction project is 25 million yuan, and there are so many items on the list. If we look at them one by one, we probably can't finish them all in one day. Bai Qingting said, Xiaolin, it is understandable that there are many items in the garden construction list, but the number of non-duplicate items in the garden construction list should not be too many. You can show the main typical cost unit prices on the projection for everyone to see, and then you just explain the composition of your costs. Lin Yiping replied, okay, Mr. Bai. The main typical costs of garden construction projects include compacted soil, sand and gravel cushion, concrete foundation, concrete wall, steel bar production and installation, steel formwork, brick foundation, brick wall, cement mortar wall plastering, SBS roll material waterproofing, steel structure production and installation, wood structure production and installation, stone laying. Purchase price of various main materials such as stone purchase price, SBS roll purchase price, etc. After Lin Yiping said this, she raised her head and glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one asked questions, she continued, first of all, let's talk about the simplest unit price of soil tamping cost. What we list here is 1 yuan per square meter. Consider what is more, one general worker can compact 100 square meters in one day. The unit price of the general worker is 90 yuan per day, and the machinery cooperation fee is considered to be 10 yuan per day. Do you have any different opinions on this point? Lin Yiping saw that no one spoke up, so she went on to the next point. Lin Yiping continued, the unit price composition of the sand and gravel cushion, the purchase price of the virtual cubic meter of the vehicle is 45 yuan per cubic meter. After checking the Nanhai quota, 1.26 cubic meters of virtual cubic meter can be compacted into 1 cubic meter. After conversion, compaction, the material cost per cubic meter is 56.7 yuan per cubic meter, the cost of mechanical paving, rolling, manual coordination and other auxiliary materials is calculated at 30 yuan per cubic meter. After considering the business tax and surcharges, the cost unit price is 89.56 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting asked, is the purchase price of 45 yuan per cubic meter of vehicle square meters confirmed? Lin Yiping replied, in the process of consolidation, this price is temporarily adjusted by 5% based on the local information price. Bai Qingting demanded, why hasn't the price of a floor material been settled after so many days? Is this efficiency too low? Mr. Song Ziyuan replied with a bad expression, this is arranged, but there are currently 3 projects in operation in the Nanhai area, but only the Nanshan project has one material procurement. Insufficient staffing is one reason. Now the Nanshan project is rushing. There are many things to do with material procurement, and the inability to send out material procurement in time for inquiry is also a reason. Bai Qingting slapped the table and said angrily, don't give me excuses. If you don't have enough people, just hire people. This project is so important, how can no one ask for the price? Mr. Song, you have to find a way to solve this problem. When deciding on the lowest bid, don't to be able to have these problems again. Song Ziyuan smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Bai, after the meeting, the people in our business department will plan carefully and solve these related problems seriously and practically. Don't worry. Bai Qingting replied, okay, everyone should pay attention to their work, don't regard it as the company's business, and do the company's affairs as their own business. Xiaolin, please go on to the next point. Lin Yiping continued to report in accordance with Bai Qingting's request, the cost unit price of C15 concrete cushion, C15 concrete material fee is 180 yuan per cubic meter, labor costs such as pouring, vibration, and maintenance, and machinery costs are considered at 30 yuan per cubic meter. The cost is 210 yuan, plus business tax and additional costs, the unit price is 216.93 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting asked, have you considered the loss of concrete? Lin Yiping replied, the loss of concrete is not large. I have not considered its loss coefficient in the cost for the time being. The cost unit price of concrete foundation, concrete wall, concrete slab, etc. is also calculated based on this idea, but there is a slight difference in the unit price of labor services. Is it unnecessary to report these concrete items? Bai Qingting replied, okay, then report the other cost unit prices. Lin Yiping continued to report, for the production and installation of steel bars, let's talk about the round steel diameter within 10 mm. The labor fee is calculated at 1,100 yuan per ton, the material fee is calculated at 4,000 yuan per ton, and the cost unit price is 5,268.3 yuan per ton. Bai Qingting asked, is the labor fee of 1,100 yuan too high? What is Nanhai's fixed fee? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Bai, the common range for the cost of labor production and installation of steel bars is 800 to 1,200 yuan per ton. Depending on the amount of steel, the unit price of labor will fluctuate. The fixed fee in Nanhai is 1,215 yuan per ton. Bai Qingting asked Lin Yiping, Shaolin, the person in charge of the Nanhai area, said that the range of steel labor costs is 800 to 1,200 yuan per ton. You are currently using the cost of 1,100 yuan per ton. Why not use the lower limit of 800 yuan per ton? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Bai, our first section of round steel bars with a diameter of less than 10 mm only has a few tons on the bidding list, so I chose a higher cost unit price. If I choose 800 yuan per ton, the labor team will all probably lose money. Bai Qingting continued to ask, did you take the loss into account in the material cost of the steel bars? Lin Yiping replied, I didn't consider the loss. What I thought was that the steel bars were slightly thinner and there was less waste in the production process. This problem should be overcome. Next, I will report the unit price for production and installation of rebar diameters above 10 mm and below 25 mm. The labor fee is calculated at 980 yuan per number, the material is calculated at 3,950 yuan per ton, and the cost unit price is 5,092.69 yuan per ton. The cost unit price of the steel formwork is based on inquiry and is calculated based on the cost of the labor team renting the steel formwork themselves. There is not much to explain, so I will report the price directly. The cushion steel formwork is 26 yuan per square meter, the foundation steel formwork is 35 yuan per square meter, and the column, beam, plate, and wall steel formwork is 60 yuan per square meter. Bai Qingting asked, how much profit margin does the cost unit price of the template leave for the next party? Lin Yiping replied, according to what we know, only the management fee of the labor team is sufficient, and the profit is only 1 or 2%. Bai Qingting replied, the profits of the labor team are too low. Will they do a good job for us? Mr. Song Ziyuan replied, Mr. Bai, this is just a theoretical profit calculation. In actual construction, there are many influencing factors. If we increase the theoretical profit for the labor team, our company will pursue. There is no way to guarantee high profits. I think as long as the labor team is still willing to do our work, he should have the profits he deserves. There is no need for us to pursue this data too carefully. After all, the profits of the project, and a lot of it comes from good management on site. Bai Qingting replied, everyone must pay attention to the profit issue of this labor team. Our projects are getting more and more big now, and we cannot do without the support and help of these old teams. Don't let them be sad or discouraged. Song Ziyuan nodded slightly to express his respect for Bai Qingting's arrangement. Bai Qingting turned to Lin Yiping and said, Shaolin, please continue to report the cost unit price. Lin Yiping continued to report, the cost unit price of brick foundation, 525 standard bricks are used for each cubic meter of brick foundation. The purchase price of each brick is 0.3 yuan. The material cost of bricks is 157.5 yuan per cubic meter. The material cost of mortar is about 0.3 cubic meters. The cost of manual masonry is 200 yuan per cubic meter, and the cost unit price after considering business tax and surcharges is 443.67 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting asked, has the loss of bricks been considered? Has the loss of mortar been considered? Lin Yiping replied, the losses of these two materials are not considered. The brick wall is similar to the brick foundation, except that the labor fee is 20 yuan per cubic meter higher, so it will not be analyzed separately. The cost unit price of 20 mm thick M5 cement mortar wall plastering is reported below. First, the wall cleaning cost is 0.5 yuan per square meter, and then the cement slurry wet primer is 0.8 yuan per square meter. The material and labor costs for the first plastering of 13 mm are considered to be 11 yuan per square meter, and the second plastering of 7 mm is considered to be 9 yuan per square meter. Considering the unit price is 22 yuan per square meter, plus business tax and additional costs, the unit price is 22 yuan per square meter. Bai Qingting asked, is your plastering cost unit price undercounted by some costs? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Bai, it's all over. Isn't there any less? Bai Qingting asked, plastering usually requires scaffolding. What is the cost of the scaffolding? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Bai, we list the cost of scaffolding separately in the cost. Sometimes plastering does not require scaffolding. For example, if the height of plastering is within 1.5 m from the ground, we do not need it on site. Put up scaffolding. Bai Qingting nodded and signaled Lin Yiping to continue. Lin Yiping continued to report, the unit price of 4 mm thick SBS roll material waterproofing is, main material fee is 30 yuan per square meter, labor fee is 12 yuan per square meter, and the unit price after considering business tax and additional costs is 43.39 yuan per square meter. Bai Qingting asked, the loss caused by the overlapping of the coiled materials is not small. Have you considered it? How is the brand of the coiled materials considered? Lin Yiping replied, the loss of the coil is considered here according to 10% of the area calculated on the drawing. The brand of the coil is considered according to one of the 3 manufacturers with the best quality on the market. Their price levels are also similar. Bai Qingting replied with satisfaction, well, the quality of the waterproofing project must be guaranteed. Otherwise, if water leaks, it will affect the company's image and cause a lot of trouble to customers. Lin Yiping then reported, the cost unit price of steel structure production and installation, taking shaped steel columns as an example, the material purchase price is 4,000 yuan per ton, the production fee is 1,500 yuan per ton, the transportation fee is 200 yuan per ton, and the installation fee is 1,200 yuan per ton. Taking into account business tax and additional costs, the unit price is 7,127.7 yuan per ton. Bai Qingting asked, does the cost of steel structures include rust removal and anti-rust paint? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Bai, the unit cost of the steel structure only includes the cost of manufacturing, transportation, and installation of the steel structure. As for rust removal and anti-rust paint, these costs are separately listed in the anti-rust paint. Bai Qingting replied, okay, continue talking. Lin Yiping continued to report, the unit price of the production and installation of anti-corrosion wood structures, the main material is based on ordinary anti-corrosion wood, the purchase unit price is 4,000 yuan per cubic meter, the production fee is 1,200 yuan per cubic meter, and the installation fee is 800 yuan per cubic meter meters. Taking into account business tax and additional costs, the unit price is 6,198 yuan per cubic meter. Bai Qingting asked, what kind of material is this anti-corrosion wood made of? Have you considered the loss? Lin Yiping replied, 5% loss has been considered. I don't know the material of the anti-corrosion wood. This is the data provided by Lei Zhao, the person in charge of the material. Bai Qingting asked, did Lei Zhao attend the meeting? If so, please explain. When Lei Zhao heard Bai Qingting mention his name, he quickly stood up and reported, Mr. Bai, hello. I am Lei Zhao. The construction drawings of this anti-corrosion wood did not indicate the material. I considered it based on imported Russian Scotch pine. Cost purchase price. Bai Qingting asked, is the price of imported or domestic anti-corrosion wood cheaper? Lei Zhao replied, yes, domestic products will be cheaper, but doesn't the company attach great importance to this project? So I consider it based on the better quality. If adjustments are needed, I can adjust it to the domestic cost price. Lower it. Bai Qingting replied, there is no need to adjust it for the time being, but you have to adjust the domestic price clearly, and you will decide whether to adjust it when you finalize the bid. Lei Zhao replied, okay. I will consult a few more suppliers. Lin Yiping continued to report, the unit price of laying 30 mm thick stone, excluding the main material fee of the stone, the labor fee is 36 yuan per square meter, the cost of the 20 mm cement mortar bonding layer is 12 yuan per square meter, and the unit price is 49.58 yuan after considering business tax and additional costs. per square meter. The cost unit price of laying 50 mm thick stone, excluding the main material fee of the stone, the labor fee is 41 yuan per square meter, the cost of the 20 mm cement mortar bonding layer is 12 yuan per square meter, and the unit price after considering the business tax and additional costs is 54.75 yuan per square meter. Mr. Bai, at this point, we have basically finished talking about the main items involving the unit price of labor costs in the garden construction project. Next, there is the price of the main granite material. This price is a clear indication of the material. Bai Qingting replied, if Lei Zhao is clear. Lei Zhao would like to introduce the prices of the main materials for garden construction projects. Lei Zhaohui reported, Trouble Lin Gong, please put the main material price comparison table on the projection. The main materials actually include the bricks, steel bars, steel structures used in steel structures, wood and other materials that Lin Gong mentioned just now, but the forest engineer has already reported on it just now, and I will report specifically on stone materials. The stone materials used in this project are small in variety but large in quantity. The main varieties are local volcanic rock and three materials, rust stone and white hemp. The materials on information price are only available in 20 mm thick specifications. The profit margins of the material prices on information price are very bad, and some even suffer losses. For example, the information price of 20 mm thick rust stone is 70 yuan per square meter, but the actual cash purchase price is 66 yuan per square meter. If payment is to be made according to progress, the price demanded by the supplier will be greater than 70 yuan per square meter. Therefore, this information price is inaccurate, but it is still the pricing standard in the industry, which is indeed a bit deceptive. I don't know when this phenomenon will change. Now that we purchase these stones, the demand for each individual business unit is not large, but if the demand for the entire company is added together, it is very considerable. When I usually communicate with suppliers, most of them suggest that we establish centralized purchasing centers. They say that many large companies have centralized purchasing centers. The advantage of the centralized procurement center is large quantity, so the ex-factory price offered by the supplier will be relatively low, plus the freight to various places. It can adapt to the special situation of our company's current business covering the whole country. Bai Qingting replied, Lei Zhao, your proposal to establish a centralized purchasing center is good. Mr. Song, after the meeting, you can find time to communicate and discuss with the presidents of several other business units to see the necessity of establishing this centralized purchasing center. When will it be built, and who will manage it? Our company's business volume will increase significantly next year. If there is a centralized procurement center to help, then our bulk procurement can help the company reduce a lot of trouble in procurement. Song Ziyuan agreed, Mr. Bai, when you talk about building a centralized purchasing center, I personally agree with it. I also think that the advantages of establishing a centralized purchasing center outweigh the disadvantages of not establishing a centralized purchasing center. At the same time, I also believe that the most important thing is to find a loyal person to be the person in charge of the company's centralized purchasing center, otherwise it may be counterproductive and even drag down the company. Bai Qingting replied, our Western architecture has gone through so many ups and downs from my founding to today's development. Haven't those inappropriate and problematic people been washed away in the wave of development long ago? Loyalty. Is there still a shortage of people for our company? Just discuss it first. If you can't find a suitable recommendation candidate, I can personally recommend a suitable management candidate to you. Song Ziyuan agreed, I understand. I will make an appointment with the presidents of several of their business units to discuss it carefully some other time. Bai Qingting arranged, okay, then Xiaolin will report next. Lin Yipingui reported, it's time to report the cost of the greening project of 30 million yuan. We divide the greening project into several categories such as trees, balls, ground covers, and turf. The trees also include palms unique to the Nanhai area. The construction area of the greening project is 150,000 square meters, including 100,000 square meters of lawn, 45,000 square meters of ground cover, and 3,000 trees. The unit cost of the entire greening project is 200 yuan per square meter, of which the cost of lawn is 20 yuan per square meter, the cost of ground cover is 100 yuan per square meter, the cost of trees is 6,483 yuan per tree, and the cost of greening land is 3 yuan per square meter. The maintenance fee is 12 yuan per square meter per year. This project requires maintenance for 2 years, so the maintenance fee is 24 yuan per square meter. Bai Qingting said, the greening project is 150,000 square meters, equipped with 3,000 trees, with an average of 1 tree per 50 square meters. The art master Dugu Lingyun, have you studied his construction drawings? Dugu Lingyun replied, Mr. Bai, I have done some research. Normally, if we calculate it based on area, arranging 1 tree per 50 square meters is indeed too sparse and cannot achieve artistic effect. However, his original design construction drawing took the route of sparse forest and grassland, using a large number of lawns, and only dotted some ball plants on the lawn. There were no trees designed in the large lawn area. This treatment ensured the broadened vision makes people feel relaxed. His trees are mainly used as street trees and for planting near walls in certain areas. Bai Qingting replied, this is your specialty. You are proficient in southern plants. Is his plant configuration correct? Dugu Lingyun replied, Mr. Bai, as a professional, I have no way to say whether someone else's design is right or not. I personally think that this artistic matter is a matter of personal opinion. There is no absolute right or wrong. However, most of the plants he designed on the construction drawing were northern plants, and basically no southern plants were used, let alone plants unique to the South China Sea area. When we optimize the art in a later stage, if we need to make adjustments, it can be said that everything needs to be changed. Bai Qingting replied, changes are inevitable. It cannot be said that any garden and landscape project has been completed completely in accordance with the original design and construction drawings, but very few are more in line with the actual situation. However, you should also seek the opinions of Hua Baibai's department during the modification process. Don't make it so that you think it looks good and is effective, but in the end the company will lose money in the final economic calculation. My ideal is to be both good-looking and profitable. Dugu Lingyun replied, Mr. Bai, don't worry, our comrades in the art department will not ignore the company's economic interests and only think about the artistic effect. But we will think about the artistic effect first, and then maintain friendly communication with colleagues in the business department. Make sure to achieve your goals that are good-looking and profitable. Bai Qingting said, Mr. Song, look, Mr. Dugu's art department has become more aware. Where is your production department? Song Ziyuan replied, Mr. Bai, this matter is indeed a contradiction in actual implementation. For example, in a project, assuming that the gross profit of 20 cm Jingui is 70%, this is considered a very high gross profit. The gross profit of camphor is 5%, which is considered a very low gross profit. Under normal circumstances, the production department hopes to plant all golden osmanthus and cancel all camphor, but the art department will definitely not agree and will propose camphor. To plant 70% of the quantity, Jingui can only plant 30% of the quantity. In this case, the conflict between the production and art departments will be relatively large, which will seriously affect the realization of a project department's gross profit margin. Mr. Bai, tell me, what should we do if we encounter such an extreme example in our project? Bai Qingting replied domineeringly, I will not make such a detailed choice. As for how to do it, it is up to your production department and art department to come up with more ideas and discuss specific solutions. As long as it meets my requirements, the artistic effect must be good and the money must be earned at a reasonable gross profit rate. Song Ziyuan replied, okay, Mr. Bai. Our production department must communicate with the art department frequently to strengthen mutual cooperation. Bai Qingting said to Zhao Manfu again, now our company is equipped with a corresponding art director in each project department. Not long after you came to the company, you must pay special attention to this issue. This is the difference between our company and other companies, and it is also the reason why our company is inconsistent with other companies. It's quite a special place. But the actual role of the art director depends to a large extent on the project managers you manage. When you go back, remember to explain it to your project manager. As long as the art director, the matters being explained are not to bring huge economic losses to the company, but we should try our best to cooperate and obey the artistic adjustment arrangements of the art director. Of course, if you can communicate more smoothly and reach an agreement with the art director before construction, the company will not bear the additional cost of rework afterwards, and the cost will be lower. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, I will communicate more with the art director in the future, and I will often ask Mr. Dugu Lingyun about art issues. In the area I am responsible for, the project manager is required to follow the adjustment opinions of the art director in principle. If there is indeed a conflict and disagreement, let them come to me together to help coordinate. Bai Qingting replied, you can think like this, it's not bad, but think about it and do it. Don't make two skins. You must be consistent with your words and deeds. This is also the major difference between our Western construction and other companies. I want to make more money, and I also want to achieve the ultimate artistic effect, so we need to work hard, use more brains, think more, communicate more, and coordinate more during the work process. Zhao Manfu replied, Mr. Bai, don't worry, as a new employee, I will definitely learn the good aspects of Western architecture and carry them forward. Bai Qingting arranged, okay, Xiaolin will report next. Lin Yiping then reported in detail how the unit price of labor services for planting trees, ground covers, lawns, etc. was calculated, how the unit price of maintenance was calculated, and how the unit price of labor services for tidying up greening land was calculated. It involves how to calculate the purchase price of seedling materials such as trees, ground covers, lawns, etc. Yu Xingjie was asked to make a fully detailed report. Bai Qingting clearly expressed her satisfaction with the data and calculation method of seedling cost price. Lin Yiping also made a detailed report on the water, electricity and on-site expenses of the first bid section. After Lin Yiping completed the cost analysis report for the first bid section, the participants in the meeting conducted a simple cost analysis review. The conclusion was that when Lin Yiping reported the second and third bid sections, she only needed to compare these two bid sections with the first bid section. Just talk about the differences between the bidding sections. Lin Yiping explained that the main reason for the second and third bidding sections was that the garden construction project accounted for a higher proportion of the cost of this bidding section, which lowered the gross profit margin of the quoted price. After listening to the gross profit analysis report, Bai Qingting said, the gross profit analysis report is relatively clear. There is another important content in this bid, which is about the plan to optimize and improve the original construction drawings. Have you discussed it? It is production. It is better for people to report or for art people to report. Dugu Lingyun continued what Bai Qingting had said, the optimization and improvement plan for this drawing is mainly the responsibility of our art department. Let me make a simple comprehensive report. Bai Qingting arranged, well, I'll give you a report, thanks to Mr. Dugu. Dugu Linjianhui reported, the construction drawings of the three sections of the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital Garden Landscape Project are basically the same, with similar areas. The construction area of each area is about 200,000 square meters. We analyzed the bidding documents and bidding construction drawings. Although the bidding documents require a plan to optimize the construction drawings, it is not clear how the cost of the improved plan should be controlled. Is it equivalent to the original cost, or should it be maintained regardless of the cost? As long as the artistic effect is good. Based on the above analysis and thinking, we proposed two optimization solutions. One is a plan where the cost remains basically unchanged. The northern seedling configuration in the original construction drawing was cancelled, and all the southern seedlings were deployed. Try to use seedlings native to the South China Sea area, but reduce the number of large and extra-large trees, and increase the density of the trees to 1 per 30 square meters. The second is to not consciously control the cost, but to combine the characteristics of the site with the artistic matching of seedlings, landscape stones, landscape structures, etc., using a large number of red and yellow flower trees in the Nanhai area, and using a large number of local flowering ground covers in the Nanhai area, so as to achieve a monthly flowers bloom every month and fruits are harvested every season, fully reflecting the diversity of flowering and fruit-bearing plants in the South China Sea. Bai Qingting smiled and said, I prefer the second option. With the first option, the artistic effect cannot be guaranteed at all. It can only be regarded as a greening project. Dugu Linjianhui reported, I also like the second option. But whether the construction unit needs to carry out quota design still needs to be clarified. Whether it is the first or the second option, there is still a major problem. Bai Qingting asked, what major problems exist? Dugu Linjianhui reported, according to reports from colleagues who went to the site for inspection, the 3 tender sections of this project are actually located on the coast of Tanghai Bay. In fact, the soil quality is basically the same as the sea sand on the beach. In fact, very few plants can survive in such soil. According to local people, only casuarina and a few weeds can grow on that land. This means that we need to carry out salt drainage design and soil replacement in the area where plants are planted. Bai Qingting asked, have you ever calculated how much additional costs will be incurred for large area salt removal and soil replacement? Dugu Linjianhui reported, preliminary estimates are that the green area is calculated as half, totaling 300,000 square meters. Salt discharge treatment per square meter is 40 yuan, and soil replacement treatment is 60 yuan per square meter. The total cost is 30 million, on average. If you look at each bidding section, there will still be approximately 10 million bidding sections. Bai Qingting replied, then the cost is quite high. Your optimization plan should also clearly explain why these two processes are required to avoid misunderstandings. Dugu Lingyun replied, okay. This hospital is a convalescent hospital, so the privacy design should also be paid attention to when zoning the ward landscape, which was not found in the original design. Bai Qingting replied, these necessary treatments. Add what needs to be added, and make it clear in the optimization design. It must reflect the importance our company attaches to this project and the arguable strength the company possesses. Dugu Lingyun replied, okay. This is a sanatorium by the sea, based on previous experience in designing and implementing seaside projects. A large number of steel structure landscapes were used in the original design construction drawings. It is recommended to cancel these steel structure landscapes, either change the structural design, or adopt other forms. In short, the steel structure design cannot be used. The reason is that the wind on the coast is strong, and the salt content in the wind is relatively high. The general steel structure cannot withstand the corrosive sea wind all year round. We have built steel structure plank roads, railings, pavilions and other landscape structures on the coast. There are no problems with the newly completed ones. After a year, the materials blown by the sea breeze collided with the steel structure, and gradually developed some tiny trachoma on the surface of the protective paint of the steel structure. These trachoma can quickly spread to form numbness within a few months. Noodle. These pitted surfaces were quickly corroded, and upon closer inspection, the rust and paint were mottled. There was no way to repair them, so we could only watch the steel structures being destroyed. In a few more years, these steel structures will basically be completely rusted. Therefore, the risk of building steel structure buildings on the seaside is very high. Especially in terms of quality and safety, it is really difficult to guarantee. Bai Qingting asked, the advantages of steel structures are fast construction speed and relatively guaranteed quality. If steel structures are not suitable for seaside projects now, what can be used to replace these steel structure buildings? Dugu Lingyun replied, "At present, I still think that reinforced concrete structures and wooden structures are more suitable for use in seaside buildings and structures than pure steel structures." Bai Qingting asked, "Have you ever studied the style of landscape buildings?" Dugu Lingyun replied, "When our art team took over this project, we had already begun to study the architectural style of the South China Sea area. Their crossing buildings and arcades are a major feature. Most of the earliest immigrants in Nanhai migrated from the southern Fujian area. The early buildings reflect the profound southern Fujian style. At the same time, a large number of garrisons from the Central Plains region brought with them Central Plains culture, causing Qiangbai architecture to incorporate certain Central Plains architectural elements. Exquisite and transparent artistic conception. The hollow flower canopy, hanging down, transparent doors, windows, horizontal drapes, railings, and the alternate layout of virtual and real create an exquisite and transparent artistic conception. There are many halls, and they are tall and open. My original intention was to build some imitation arcades with landscape features at appropriate locations among the 3 bid sections. Landscape sculptures and buildings should also be appropriately integrated into local customs and culture, so that people can see the unique landscape of the South China Sea." Bai Qingting expressed satisfaction with everyone's report, and believed that there were still some shortcomings. She hoped that everyone would strengthen learning and improvement, and put forward new hopes and requirements. "I hope everyone can work together with the company and seek common development. People who lead teams are required to better manage their teams and keep up with the rapid pace of company development. It is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. The company's current big strategy is a rapid development model, so if you can't keep up with the company's development needs, the company will hire more suitable people from outside to manage everyone. I hope everyone must recognize the form and understand the company. As long as your abilities are strong enough, the company can always give you a suitable stage." Okay, that's it for this pre-bid meeting. Thank you all, the meeting is dismissed. Song Ziyuan reported to Bai Qingting, "Mr. Bai, there are still some issues that need to be resolved during this meeting. I would like to communicate with you again by the way." Bai Qingting smiled and said, "Okay, please rest for 10 minutes before returning to the conference room to participate in the meeting chaired by President Song." 10 minutes later, except for Chairman Bai Qingting who had left in advance, all other people who participated in the pre-bid meeting of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital returned to the conference room. Seeing that everyone was seated, Song Ziyuan spoke softly, "To be honest, I am very dissatisfied with this pre-bid meeting. I know that it is a key project that the boss attaches great importance to, but we are ready to work but it is very inadequate, and no remedial measures have been taken. It seems to have developed naturally. This attitude and approach is very bad and very unflattering. The reason why everyone is allowed to stay and continue the meeting is that we want to discuss ways to make up for the unprepared work in the early stage, and clarify the key tasks in the future so that no more mistakes can be made. Mr. Zhao Manfu, can you please report why the price of floor materials is not accurate?" Zhao Manfu heard that Song Ziyuan clearly expressed his dissatisfaction, and now asked him to report by name, so he quickly stood up and reported sincerely, "Mr. Song, there are 2 projects in the Nanhai area, one is the Nanshan project, and the other is the Cheongshan Bo Bay project. The former is in the rush for work, while the latter is in the settlement period. Originally, according to the company's personnel control situation, each project was required to have a dedicated material staff. But now the 2 projects share a material staff member named Wang Ming, who still only has 3 years of work experience. Therefore, from the perspective of material personnel, both quantity and quality need to be improved. I originally thought that after all, this bidding work has not yet reached the time of bidding opening, and there is still a few days of buffering period, so I plan to arrange for Wang Ming, the materials person, to go to Tanghai Bay to investigate the price of flooring materials tomorrow." After hearing this, Song Ziyuan replied, "Since we have arranged to investigate tomorrow, I have no way to force you to arrange to investigate today. But there is one thing, you have to make the arrangements yourself, and don't arrange for your subordinates to pass the news on. The dominant idea has been conveyed astray. Zhao Manfu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, thinking that this hurdle was almost over, and then replied, "Okay, Mr. Song, after this meeting, I will make a phone call to arrange these in person according to your instructions. Mr. Song, please rest assured about your work." Song Ziyuan asked Hua Baibai again, "Banyan, did you hear clearly what General Zhao Manfu just said about the materials and personnel issue?" Hua Baibai replied, "I heard it clearly." Mr. Zhao asked two questions about the material staff. One is that the number of staff is insufficient, at least one material staff is missing, the other is that the existing material staff's work experience is not good. Song Ziyuan asked, "Then how do you think these two problems should be solved?" Hua Baibai replied, "Mr. Song, the problem that Mr. Zhao thinks is not a problem for our Ministry of Commerce. I have discussed the problem of uneven quantities with Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials. One of the current two projects is under construction and the other is completed and settled. One is enough. If there is a time conflict, then ensure it first. Dealing with projects under construction. In this way, the company can save the cost of a material personnel. The problem of lack of work experience is that the person in charge of materials, Lei Zhao, has worked for more than 10 years. However, such people are not easy to find, and it is impossible to have experienced material procurement personnel like Lei Zhao for every project. How do we solve this problem? Our Ministry of Commerce often organizes training, not only for material personnel, but also for budget personnel and seedling procurement personnel. These trainings are irregular. If there are many problems and they are relatively concentrated, training will be organized immediately to use training to solve the problem of insufficient work experience. We let those old material purchasing personnel, old budgeting personnel, and old seedling purchasing personnel serve as the main lecturers, let them summarize what they have learned throughout their lives, form a PPT document, and then transfer the personnel in the project department who need to learn and train back to the business department Ministry of Commerce, participate in training and study. I can responsibly say that as long as we can find out what problem a person has, we can solve and resolve the discovered problem through targeted training. Song Ziyuan replied, "Okay, I understand. President Manfu, are you satisfied with the Centenary President's solution?" Zhao Manfu said, "Mr. Song, Mr. Hua, I really didn't know that Mr. Hua had such a perfect solution. I am quite satisfied with this solution of the century-old Mr. Hua." Hua Baibai replied, "Mr. Manfu, I like to keep a low profile. All I want to do is how to complete the tasks assigned to me by President Song. It has not been publicized, so it is normal for you not to know." Song Ziyuan said, "President Manfu, President Centenary, you two don't need to be polite, as long as the problem is solved. Regarding the issue of construction organization design, how are you currently arranging it?" Hua Baibai replied, "The problem of construction organization design and preparation has always been the Achilles heel of our Ministry of Commerce. We always arrange for people to find a template to make modifications based on the bidding construction drawings. There are some processes that we don't understand at all, unlike production. The members of the team are tempered through years of work experience in actual construction. If there are people arranged by the production team to help, the construction organization design issues should be able to be completed more perfectly." Song Ziyuan asked, "For this question, you can just find the person who will take over the production after winning the bid, General Zhao Manfu. Have you found one?" Hua Baibai replied, "I looked for him once. Manfu always said that the project department was rushing for work, so I didn't have the nerve to look for him again." Song Ziyuan replied, "You have to overcome the problem of being thin-skinned. As long as it is for the company's work, you should not hesitate to go to the relevant personnel and ask them to cooperate with your work. It is not a personal matter. What are you afraid of?" "What?" Hua Baibai replied sheepishly, "Okay, Mr. Song, give me some time. I will definitely correct this shortcoming in my future work." After Hua Baibai finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhao Manfu and said, Mr. Manfu, you see, Mr. Song has criticized me. If the construction organization design work is not done well, I still need to ask the production team for help. Please excuse me. Arrange for a suitable person to help sort it out. Zhao Manfu said, the Nanshan project is indeed in a rush for work, and we can't arrange the manpower. Let me think about it again. Song Ziyuan kindly reminded, Mr. Manfu, as long as all the personnel in your Nanhai area are mobilized by you, do you really have no suitable candidates? Zhao Manfu replied to Song Ziyuan, Mr. Song, I am currently stationed in the Nanshan project, so I am familiar with the personnel of the Nanshan project. The personnel situation and rush for work in Nanshan are indeed difficult to mobilize suitable manpower. I have only had a little contact with the production manager Song Shaoshan for the Cheongshan Bowen project. The young people under him don't know much about it. This project is currently doing the settlement work for both top and bottom. Only Song Shaoshan is in charge here. I know the work situation, but it's quite busy. Song Ziyuan replied, Song Shaoshan is a serious and responsible person in his work. As long as the work is assigned to him, he must do it seriously. The settlement work between the superiors and the subordinates does not require him to do the settlement work every day. Stay focused on that project department. I think you can put more responsibilities on him and ask him to cooperate with Baidu to complete the construction organization design work. Although Zhao Manfu was not very willing to make this arrangement, Song Ziyuan had already put forward this suggestion. As a subordinate, he had no choice but to gratefully agree, well, thank you, Mr. Song, for reminding me. Then I will arrange for Song Shaoshan to cooperate with Mr. Centenary to complete this bidding project. Preparation of construction organization design. Song Ziyuan said to Hua Baibai, now that we have solved the problem of material personnel inquiry and preparation of construction organization design, are there any problems that require the cooperation of the production team, Baibai? Hua Baibai said, the business department of the business department has few staff and a lot of business during this period. Mr. Manfu needs you to transfer a person who is familiar with the budget and cost to cooperate with the quota set and review the quota set by others to ensure that the bid price for this project is foolproof. Zhao Manfu said, now the project department has so many things to do that it is impossible to spare budget staff. Hua Baibai said, Yun Qing is a ready-made good budget person. It just so happened that he came back to participate in the pre-bid meeting organized this time and was more familiar with the situation. He was assigned to work for a few days, and he returned the money after the bidding was completed. You. Zhao Manfu blinked hard at Zhang Yunqing and shook his head, and then asked Zhang Yunqing, I remember that your work schedule during this period is already full. Can you still spare time to cooperate with the bidding work arranged by the Centenary General Arrangement? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, it is true that during this period, the Nanshan project alone has a problem of rush for work. It is necessary to go to the site at any time to check and coordinate. There is also the bid clearance report to be checked, and the budget to be reconciled needs to be transferred to the list. For the quota of work, the progress payment declaration has not yet been fully reported. In addition, the up and down settlement of the Cheongshan Bowen project also requires a lot of time and energy. Therefore, if we take more time to cooperate with the Ministry of Commerce in bidding, the work arrangements mentioned above will undoubtedly be affected. Hua Baibai asked Zhang Yunqing, Yunqing, actually you said there is so much work to be done. I understand that the most important and urgent task is the progress payment declaration. To what extent have you accomplished this task? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Hua, regarding the progress payment declaration, our bid section has been reported to the general contractor, but there are two other bid sections with the same nature as ours, and their progress payment declarations are still pending. It was not reported to the general contractor. When I went to the general contractor to submit our progress payment declaration documents, they told me to urge the other two bid sections to submit all progress payment declaration documents together. Only then can they be combined with their progress declaration documents to make an overall progress payment declaration. Hua Baibai said, "That's very simple. You help in the business department. When you are tired or want to take a rest, just call the two bidders to urge them. As for other matters, don't you still have Li Shixuan and Yu Donjin under your command? As the person in charge of operations in the Nanhai area, you cannot arrange everything for yourself. You must learn to arrange things for them. You must do a good job of inspection and review, otherwise there will be more and more things behind you. How can people stay busy? Right?" Zhang Yunqing replied helplessly, "Yes." Hua Baibai said to Zhao Manfu again, "Mr. Manfu, we have agreed to send Zhang Yunqing back to help with the bidding. He will return to the project department after bidding." Zhao Manfu replied, "Then let's follow your arrangements, Centennial President." Song Ziyuan asked Hua Baibai again, "Is there anything else that needs to be coordinated and arranged regarding this bid, Baibai?" Hua Baibai thought for a while and then shook his head and said, "Basically, all the things that need coordination have been solved. If something new comes up in the future, I will report to you and ask for support." Song Ziyuan replied, "Okay, that's all for you. Let's discuss the bidding optimization design plan. Mr. Dugu Lingyun, please tell everyone about your arrangements and ideas." Dugu Lingyun replied, "Okay. Mr. Song, our art department attaches great importance to the optimization design plan for this bidding. We have now assigned an art director to each of the 3 bids to carry out independent optimization design. Program innovation. The general direction is the same as what was reported to the boss at the pre-bid meeting, which is to integrate the unique customs and customs of Nanhai into these 3 landscape projects. 3 people will optimize and come up with 3 optimization plans, and then put them together for everyone to discuss and select the best from the best. Our company's expertise in optimization design must be reflected." Song Ziyuan replied, "Mr. Dugu, I am quite pleased that you can consider and arrange so thoughtfully. The bidding time for this project is actually very tight. If you want to come up with artistic plans, you need inspiration. Can this be done in a timely manner and meet the bidding requirements?" Dugu Lingyun smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Song, for your understanding. It is true that our designers must have good plans and we need sudden inspiration. And this time the time is very tight, and it is indeed difficult to complete the task. Therefore, I have arranged for several art directors involved in the optimization design to go to Nanhai to collect local culture, absorb local cultural nutrients, and quickly gain inspiration from the collection." After listening to Dugu Lingyun's introduction, Song Ziyuan nodded in affirmation and said, "Mr. Dugu, this approach of doing things first and not waiting for others to rush you is worth learning from. Especially Zhao Manfu, Hua Baibai, both of you are leading a team, and you should learn from Mr. Dugu's proactive and responsible style. Because of your work, no leader can supervise you and ask you every day. They arrange big things and then have no time to ask you. Wouldn't it be terrible if you didn't learn to proactively arrange the work of your own department?" Zhao Manfu replied, "Yes, Mr. Song, don't worry, I will definitely learn from Mr. Dugu's proactive style of doing things." Hua Baibai replied, "Mr. Song, I have been taking the initiative to do things and arrange the work of the department. However, I still need proper supervision from the leader and I will do better." Song Ziyuan replied, "For 100 years, you have always done better by taking the initiative, but if you can be like Mr. Dugu and think about everything in advance, the work results will be better." Hua Baibai replied, "Okay, Mr. Song, I will seriously consult and learn from Mr. Dugu." Song Ziyuan saw that the situation was almost settled, so he asked everyone if there were any questions. The participants unanimously said that there was no problem. Song Ziyuan arranged for the meeting to end. After the meeting, it was already dinner time, and Zhao Manfu called Zhang Yunqing to go out with him to find a place to eat, and to communicate about future work matters. While walking, Zhao Manfu called Zhou Wencheng, the project manager of the Nanshan project, and Wang Ming, the materials supervisor of the Nanshan project. The spirit of today's pre-target meeting for the Tanghai Bay 701 hospital project was conveyed to the two of them. What was particularly important was that it was clearly agreed at the meeting that Wang Ming must be sent to the project site tomorrow to inquire about the price of land materials. Zhou Wenqing was reluctant to send people out at this time. The two had a heated conversation on the phone for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Zhao Manfu got angry and said that this was the opinion of the business unit president Song Ziyuan, and this must be met. The boss attaches great importance to the personnel needs and work cooperation of the project. The matter of keeping Zhang Yunqing in the business department to help with the bidding was not mentioned for the time being. Wang Mingze, the materials supervisor, said that he had a lot on his hands and was in charge of several projects. It was not a project to be managed at all and he was completely overwhelmed. Zhao Manfu also communicated with Wang Ming for a long time, and finally arranged for Wang Ming to inquire about the price of land materials where the Tanghai Bay 701 hospital project is located tomorrow. After the call was made, Zhang Yunqing had already ordered the food and drinks for the two of them. Since there were few guests in the hotel at this time, the food was served very quickly. Zhao Manfu joked, "Yunqing, you worked very quickly today. The dishes are all served." Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, "The main reason is that the service level of the hotel is good." Zhao Manfu picked up the wine glass and said, "Here, let's have a drink first and relax." Zhang Yunqing picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Zhao Manfu and drank it down. Zhao Manfu put down his wine glass and asked while filling his own glass, "During the meeting, Mr. Hua arranged for you to come back and help them bid. I blinked my eyes hard for you, didn't you see?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I saw it." "How do you know what it means just by blinking your eyes?" Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Nonsense, aren't I still throwing my head off? Didn't you see me throwing my head off for you?" Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "I saw it. How can I not see such a huge amplitude?" Zhao Manfu smiled and criticized, "You see, do you understand the meaning? It's asking you not to agree to come back and help them bid, do you understand?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I know, even in your subsequent speech, you said you were quite busy and couldn't spare the time to help." Zhao Manfu replied, "It seems that you are not stupid, so why did you agree to come back and help them bid, instead of choosing to do your job well in the area?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "What I started to think about was, this bid, if you win the bid, will definitely be arranged for you to manage, so from the bottom of my heart, I think it is appropriate to help place the bid." Zhao Manfu said dissatisfiedly, "Yunqing, I'm not criticizing you. You still haven't seen clearly the essential problem here." Zhang Yunqing replied curiously, "Oh, then, can you tell me what the essential problem is in this?" Zhao Manfu replied, "The essential question is that in the workplace, it is okay to help others, but the premise is that you need to do your own job well, and only help others when you have time, energy, and ability. Complete other people's tasks." Zhang Yunqing replied, "In this case, I was indeed hasty in agreeing to help him. Otherwise, if I find another reason and go back to the project department, I won't be able to care about him so much." Zhao Manfu continued, "Don't be so reckless. Since you have already agreed, don't change it easily. People have to be honest. Think about it, a person promised something an hour ago and regretted it an hour later. This is what happened. If this happens a few more times, people around him will no longer dare to believe him, right?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, I also hate people whose words and deeds are inconsistent. Forget it if you don't agree to others. If you agree to other people's things, you have to do it well and be honest. Even, I think honesty is actually it's more valuable than money." Zhao Manfu replied, "It is good that you can realize the importance of integrity. Once a person is not honest, people around him will gradually alienate him and will not dare to deal with him anymore. This time, despite reminding you, I did not refuse to go back to the business department and help with things that were not within the scope of my job. It is best that such an incident does not happen again in the future." If you think about it, how much trouble will this cause? Zhang Yunqing replied, what I can think of is that it will affect the project department's payment collection and on-site visa confirmation, which may further affect the project department's progress in rushing to work. Zhao Manfu said, these are not the only influences. People in the project department will not understand why you go back to the business department to help. I called Zhou Wenqing and Wang Ming just now. Zhou Wenqing had already made it clear that he had to get things done in his project department before he could talk about anything else. After all, I don't even have the nerve to tell him about your return to the business department to help. And if you go back to the business department to help, no one will praise you for your good work, and you won't get a bonus. However, if you do not do well and make any mistakes, the entire responsibility will be yours. Moreover, looking at the situation now, we are not people who have spent hundreds of years on their line. They are always on guard against us. Of course, they may be preparing to dig a big hole for us at any time. It depends on which day we jump. Zhang Yunqing asked naively, we are all members of the same company and serve the same boss. Is it so complicated? Zhao Manfu said, this is determined by human nature. To put it simply, it is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. If it is more complicated, it may take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. I think you are not very good at this, so I'm going to call you out tonight and have a private conversation to prevent you from causing any trouble again after staying in the business department for a few days. Zhang Yunqing said, well, anyway, I do my job seriously and I won't cause any trouble to them. Zhao Manfu said, your thinking is wrong. The better you do, the worse others will do. The better and more capable you are, the more trouble you will bring to yourself. Therefore, at work, you must not only do a good job, but also learn to hide your clumsiness and not show yourself to be too smart. Otherwise, you may attract jealousy and frame up by villains. These people are behind the scenes, using dirty tricks to harm people. You don't even know what's going on before you fall into the trap. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's not as cruel as you say. I have been in class for more than 10 years and I have never encountered anything like this. Zhao Manfu sneered, you really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you are so confident that you have never encountered anything so disgusting. Then I will tell you something that you have personally experienced and see how you understand it. Zhang Yunqing asked curiously, oh, I have experienced it myself. Come and tell me. Zhao Manfu continued, when you were working in my company, you were the person in charge of the budget department. Isn't there a shortage of people in charge of the engineering department? I also asked you to help introduce me and hired one from another company. The head of the engineering department, that little man, do you remember him? Zhang Yunqing replied, remember, why don't you remember? He is my family and we have a good relationship. Can I introduce him to you? Zhao Manfu said, normally, if you introduce him here, he will be satisfied with the treatment our company gives him. He should be somewhat grateful to you, right? Zhang Yunqing replied, it doesn't matter if you're grateful. I'm just doing it with a little effort. One is that he has the ability, and the other is that your company can take a liking to him before giving him that position. Zhao Manfu ignored Zhang Yunqing's expression and continued, this is Minister Zhang, who has always wanted to be in charge of your budget department. You think I am a private company, how can one person manage the engineering department and the budget department at the same time? In that case, when doesn't it mean that he alone has the final say? Then wouldn't it be too easy for him to be arrogant and try to sideline me and make me lose control of the company? So I didn't agree to his unreasonable request. Zhang Yunqing replied, normal people can understand that it is impossible for the rights of the engineering department and the budget department to fall on the same person. Why can't Minister Zhang understand this? Zhao Manfu replied, I think it's not that he doesn't understand, but that he thinks too clearly. He just wants to seize actual control over a company. He was discovered and denied. Later, he thought of another way, and also wanted to find someone to replace you, and wanted to use the person he found to take charge of the budget department. After Zhang Yunqing heard this, he replied dissatisfied, I have always been good to him, but he actually wants to take my job. I am still curious, what reason did he find to tell you? Zhao Manfu replied, the reason he found was relatively simple. From time to time, he told me what things he needed to cooperate with in the projects he was in charge of. I told you many times, but you ignored him. You thought it was inconsistent with him. If your work coordination is not in place, it will seriously affect the realization of the company's economic interests. For a while, I often asked you, have you communicated with Minister Zhang about anything? Do you still have an impression? Zhang Yunqing replied, although it has been a few years, you ask these things more frequently, and I still have some impressions of it. It turns out that it was Minister Zhang who was causing trouble for me behind my back. Zhao Manfu replied, I know your explosive temper. If I told you at that time, you would definitely have a dispute on the spot. Therefore, in order to ensure that the company can operate stably, I chose to ask you more implicitly about the implementation situation. In the end, I found out well, in order to achieve his own goals, it can be said that he has not taken care of it at all, which will affect your work. And assuming that the reasons he said are true, your reputation in the circle will become worse and worse. In serious cases it will make it difficult for you to find a job. Zhang Yunqing replied, I didn't expect that it would be such a process and result. It seems that good people will not necessarily be rewarded. Zhao Manfu replied, it doesn't matter whether good people get good rewards or not, it doesn't matter. But it is more appropriate to say that you are unkind to others. Zhang Yunqing replied, then how to face such a person? Zhao Manfu replied, there is no good way to deal with such people. Under normal circumstances, the only choice is to stay away from them. Zhang Yunqing asked, then what should I do if I return to the current situation of the company? Zhao Manfu replied, back to the current situation of the company, I wanted to keep you at arm's length, but you kept me close. If you think about it carefully, you were more or less acquaintances with Minister Zhang at that time, and you were more or less helpful to him. He was trying to harm you for his own benefit. Well, the people we are facing now are not familiar with us at all, so it is normal for them not to help us, and it is normal for them to punish us for their own benefit. Zhang Yunqing replied, the relationship between people is really too complicated. Can it be made simpler? Zhao Manfu smiled bitterly and shouted, easy, yes, it's the easiest thing to come and have a drink with us. The two drank another drink, and then Zhao Manfu said, people often have no control over themselves when they are in rivers and lakes. But do you know what rivers and lakes are? Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and wanted to say who doesn't know the world, but he held it back, shook his head and said, I don't know, please give me some advice from Mr. Zhao. Zhao Manfu said, Jianghu is a term invented in Taoist philosophy during the ancient spring and autumn period. It has multiple extended meanings in Chinese culture. The original meaning of Jianghu refers to vast rivers and lakes, and later the meaning of world was derived, which is related to rivers, lakes, it doesn't matter. This word was first seen in Zhuangzi, the great master, it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Later, it also generally refers to the social environment in ancient times that did not accept the control, command and legal constraints of the authorities and acted appropriately. Therefore, the word Jianghu gradually evolved into a more multifaceted or specific term. Taoist philosophy says that wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, if you don't tell me, I don't know about Jianghu. There are so many suggestions and explanations. Where there are people, Jianghu is a place that is too overbearing. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you think it's overbearing? I think it's very realistic. Therefore, there is a saying from the ancients, you must not have the intention to harm others, and you must have the intention to guard against others. Do you understand it? Zhang Yunqing nodded quickly and agreed, I understand. Zhao Manfu said, you should be particularly cautious when working in the business department these days. Just do your job well. If there is any extra work, try to find a way to shirk it, otherwise it will be endless and even possible. I won't let you return to the area. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. By the way, have you called Song Xiaoshan, the production manager of Cheongshan Bowen project, and arranged for him to cooperate with the construction organization design issue? Zhao Manfu replied, well, fortunately you reminded me, otherwise you would have forgotten again. Zhao Manfu took out his phone and found Song Xiaoshan's phone number and dialed it. Xiaoshan, there was a meeting today. When we were discussing the bidding cooperation for the Tanghai Bay 701 hospital project, Mr. Hua suggested that we need someone in the area to help complete the preparation of the construction organization design. Later, after being reminded by Mr. Song, I suggested that you help implement this task. The specific contact person is Mr. Hua. Bye-bye. Thank you for your hard work tomorrow at work. Mr. Hua will contact me and get in touch. This is a project that the bosses attach great importance to, and you should also pay attention to it. Pay attention and don't make any mistakes. Song Xiaoshan's voice came over the phone and promised, okay, Mr. Zhao, I will confirm with Mr. Hua tomorrow morning. After finishing the phone call with Song Xiaoshan, Zhao Manfu said, you see, Xiaoshan is more sensible and has higher emotional intelligence. He knew it was an arrangement and didn't make any noise. Unlike Zhou Wenqing and Wang Ming, who had to constantly find out all kinds of things. Reason. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, actually, it's not entirely a matter of emotional intelligence. Relatively speaking, it is true that Song Xiaoshan has less work on his hands during this period. Moreover, whichever project manager is assigned to cooperate now may be assigned the project manager after winning the bid in the future. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Yunqing, it turns out you are not stupid. You look quite smart like this. My original intention was to arrange for Zhou Wenqing to manage it after winning the bid, so I did not consider arranging Song Xiaoshan to cooperate with the bidding of this project. Zhang Yunqing said, actually, Mr. Song took the initiative to mention Song Xiaoshan's matter at the meeting. Are the two people familiar with each other? Zhao Manfu replied, don't make random guesses about this. I am quite clear about Mr. Song's character and he is fair. Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu chatted until late at night before returning to the hotel to rest. The next day, Zhang Yunqing arrived at the business department office of the business unit, found an empty workstation, and sat down temporarily. Zhang Yunqing came to Hua Baibai's office and asked, Mr. Hua, what work will I do in this bidding? Hua Baibai said, Yunqing, let's go to the small conference room right away to have a meeting to discuss the arrangements for this bidding work. Hua Baibai came out of the office and said to Lin Yiping, Xiao Lin, now notify the members of the bidding team of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital to have a meeting in the small conference room. Lin Yiping agreed, okay. Then Lin Yiping called her names in the office, Nan Gongyu, Chengju, and Kai Bayan, you three will go to the small conference room for a short meeting right away. The three whose names were called followed Lin Yiping to the small conference room of the 5th Business Department. After watching the people attending the meeting sit down, Hua Baiyin said, this bidding task is still quite difficult. Xiaolin, please tell me how you arranged the division of labor among the bidders. Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Hua, my initial arrangement is that Nan Gongyu, Chengju, and Kai Bayan are calculating the engineering quantities. Nan Gongyu and Chengju are calculating the gardening and greening engineering quantities for 1.5 bid sections respectively, while Kai Bayan is calculating the amount of water and electricity projects in the 3 bid sections. I set a quota of 1.5 bid sections, and Zhang Yunqing set a quota of 1.5 bid sections. Then Mr. Zhang and I checked each other's quotas and finalized them after discussion and confirmation. Just send the material price documents provided by the project department and material department directly to me, and I will distribute the data uniformly within the bidding team. The project quantities calculated by Nan Gongyu were checked by me, and the project quantities calculated by Chengju and Kai Bayan were checked by Zhang Yunqing. The task of preparing the construction organization design was assigned to Song Xiaoshan, who was assisted by General Zhao Manfu. After listening to Lin Yiping's report, Hua Bai asked Zhang Yunqing, yesterday, did Zhao Manfu call Song Xiaoshan after the general meeting to arrange this matter? Zhang Yunqing answered truthfully, last night, President Zhao Manfu called Song Xiaoshan in person to arrange for him to cooperate in the preparation of construction organization design documents. Otherwise, President Hua, please call him directly to communicate and confirm. Hua Bai said to Zhang Yunqing, give me Song Xiaoshan's phone number. Zhang Yunqing found the address book on his mobile phone and read, 13XXXXX0063. Hua Bai dialed Song Xiaoshan's phone and said, Manager Song, hello, I am Hua Bai, the head of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Unit. Song Xiaoshan's voice came from the phone, hello, Mr. Hua. Hua Bai asked, the business department is bidding. There is something I need your help with. Has Mr. Zhao Manfu told you about it? Song Xiaoshan agreed, let's talk, Mr. Zhao arranged for me to call you. Just when I was about to call you, your call came. Hua Bai replied, it doesn't matter who calls first. It doesn't affect anything. The main reason is that our Ministry of Commerce does lack talents to write construction organization design. This project is of great concern to the boss and he doesn't dare to be careless. Therefore, career after discussion, the department leaders unanimously recommended that you be responsible for preparing this construction organization design document. The purpose is to prepare a relatively high-quality construction organization design document so that the project bidding document can score higher, which will be more conducive to winning the project bid. Therefore, you need to take some time to deal with the preparation of construction organization design documents. Song Xiaoshan replied, since it is a matter arranged by the company, and the boss attaches great importance to the project, he can also arrange for me to compile the construction organization design document, which shows that the company leaders still think highly of me and are willing to give me a chance. Thank you very much Mr. Hua for your care. However, for specific matters, for example, if I want to see bidding documents and bidding drawings, who should I contact? Hua Bai replied, for these specific matters, please contact Lin Yiping from the Ministry of Commerce. Do you have her phone number? Song Xiaoshan agreed, sorry, Mr. Hua, I usually know that there is such a person, but I have no business dealings with him, so I don't have his phone number. Hua Bai replied, in this case, we are in a meeting now, and Lin Yiping will call you later to communicate and implement. After Hua Bai ended the call with Song Xiaoshan, he arranged for Lin Yiping. Song Xiaoshan has clearly agreed to help prepare the construction organization design documents. It is very difficult to find such a person, so Xiaolin remembered that after this meeting, we need to get in touch with Song Xiaoshan in time to avoid making any mistakes. Lin Yiping replied, okay. Hua Bai asked, is there anything unclear about the arrangements for this bidding work? All the participants answered one by one that there was nothing wrong. Hua Bai announced, the meeting is dismissed. Lin Yiping took out her mobile phone and dialed Song Xiaoshan's phone number recorded during the meeting. Hello, Manager Song, I am Lin Yiping from the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department. Mr. Hua asked me to contact you and need your help in preparing a construction bidding document. Organizational design document. Song Xiaoshan agreed on the phone, yes, Lin Gong. When can the relevant documents be sent to me? Lin Yiping replied, Manager Song, I am not very clear about the preparation of construction organization design documents. Could you please tell me which documents need to be sent to you? Song Xiaoshan replied, there are quite a lot of documents needed. Let's do this. You tell me what documents you have in hand now, and I will listen. You will record the documents I need and send them to my QQXXXX mailbox. Lin Yiping replied, okay. The documents I have now are bidding documents, bidding construction drawings, and bidding lists. These are the only documents. Song Xiaoshan replied, well, yes, please package these documents and send them to me. Lin Yiping replied, yes, I will send it later. Manager Song, I would also like to ask, if your construction organization design document is to be compiled for all 3 bid sections, how long do you estimate it will take to complete the preparation? What about the review work? Song Xiaoshan replied, if there are 3 bidding sections, the first bidding section will be slower and is expected to take 4 days. The second and third bidding sections will take 3 days. It is estimated that it will take at least 8 days to complete. Compilation and review work. Lin Yiping replied, we only have 6 days starting from today, and the bid will be opened on the 6th day, so we only have 5 days at most to complete the preparation of the construction organization design documents for the 3 bid sections. And audit work? Song Xiaoshan asked, oh, it's so urgent. Did you just get the bidding documents today? Lin Yiping replied, no, we have received the bidding documents for more than 10 days, but we have been looking for the right person to compile this construction organization design document, but we have not found it. They were all recommended by Mr. Song personally at the meeting yesterday. You're here to do the job. Song Xiaoshan replied, well, since this time it has been done like this, forget it, I will work more overtime to ensure that the preparation and review of the construction organization design documents are completed within the time limit. I would like to make a suggestion, if you ask me for help with something like this again in the future, you must tell me in advance. Otherwise, you will be very passive and may even become an impossible task, which will have a very bad impact on the company. Lin Yiping replied, your suggestion is very good. I will report it clearly to Mr. Hua later. By the way, the electronic file I forwarded to you has been sent. Can you see if you can receive it? Song Xiaoshan replied, Forest Engineer, I am checking the site at the construction site now and will be in the office in half an hour. If I do not receive the documents, I will call you. Lin Yiping replied, okay, thank you very much. Manager Song has worked overtime these days. When I come to Kyoto, I will treat you to dinner when I have the opportunity. Song Xiaoshan replied, okay, thank you for the invitation. After Song Xiaoshan ended his phone call with Lin Yiping, he accelerated his walking pace and soon arrived at the conference room on the top floor of the Cheongshan Bowen project department. Song Xiaoshan took out his phone and called Zhao Dejin, the gardening engineer, Wang Bin, the greening engineer, and Zhou Qingchen, the water and electricity engineer, and asked to go to the top floor conference room for a meeting immediately. Song Xiaoshan got straight to the point and told the 3 engineers who hurried to the conference room, today we are so anxious to invite the 3 backbones of our project to the conference room for a meeting. It was to complete a temporary emergency task arranged by Zhao Manfu, the deputy general manager of production in the area. I heard that Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, personally arranged for me to complete this task. The project involved in this task is also a project that the company's boss by attaches great importance to. Therefore, this matter is defined as a very important and urgent event for our project department and for me personally. This task is to prepare the construction organization design documents for the 3 bid sections of the Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital Garden Landscape Project. The completion time starts from today, and Lin Yiping, the bidding manager of the business unit, can only give us 5 days. On the 6th day, it was already time for the bidding opening. Therefore, the time we set for ourselves is that we must complete the first draft within 4 days, leaving half a day for revision, printing and binding. I will contact Lin Yiping to discuss the specific schedule. I just checked my QQ mailbox and Lin Yiping had sent me the bidding documents, bidding construction drawings, and bidding list documents. I will forward them all to the QQ mailboxes of the 3 of you now. Please check your emails after the short meeting. Since time is so tight, let's share our suggestions for division of labor. Zhao Dejin, a garden construction engineer, said, my suggestion is to write down the construction groups within their respective majors according to their majors, and then put them together. First, prepare the construction organization design document for 1 bid section. After it is reviewed and approved, then use it for another bid. The construction organization design document of the second and third bidding sections should be rewritten appropriately to take into account the special circumstances of the second and third bidding sections. Otherwise, we will not be able to complete it in such a short time. And I think we will be able to complete it within the time period from now until the morning of the fifth day. It is best if the work can be completed to the extent of printing and binding. Most of the bid documents will be sealed and sent to the Nanhai owner's bid opening office in the afternoon or evening of the fifth day. Song Xiaoshan asked greening engineer Wang Bin, "Tell me your suggestions." Wang Bin smiled and said, "I agree with Zhao Dejin's opinion. We should prepare it according to majors and complete the first section first." Song Xiaoshan asked hydropower engineer Zhou Qingchun, "What's your suggestion?" Zhou Qingchun replied, "I also agree with Zhao Dejin's opinion. We should compile it according to majors. First complete the first bidding section, and then expand to the second and third bidding sections. This will be the fastest." Song Xiaoshan said, "Okay, our team is pretty good, at least we have a high degree of consensus on this matter." My initial thoughts were similar to those of Zhao Dejin, and they were basically the same. Here I will clarify the division of labor. Zhao Dejin is responsible for garden construction, Wang Bin is responsible for greening, Zhou Qingchun is responsible for water and electricity, and I am responsible for the docking work between the team and Lin Yiping. Song Xiaoshan then arranged, "I have some comprehensive construction organization design documents on my computer. I will send them to you later. The first step is to browse the bidding documents and bidding lists, familiarize yourself with the bidding construction drawings, and then hold a short meeting to select a standard construction organization design template document. I will inform you of the time and location of the short meeting after understanding the situation. Still in this conference room. The second step is for everyone to prepare targeted construction organization design documents according to majors. The third step of the work is for me to communicate and negotiate with everyone, and quickly combine them to form the construction organization design documents for each first bid section. The fourth step is to cross-check and review the construction organization design documents of the first bid section. The fifth step is to use the construction organization design document of the first bid section to change it into the second bid section and the third bid section. In this process, I am responsible for changing it to the second bid section, and Zhao Dejin is responsible for changing it to the third bid section. Wang Bin and Zhou Qingchun took turns to cooperate with Zhao Dejin and me in the revision and improvement work. Does everyone understand? The three of them responded together, "I understand." Song Xiaoshan ended the meeting and said, "Then adjourn the meeting and take action." After Song Xiaoshan announced the adjournment of the meeting, he quickly sent several of the better construction organization design documents mentioned at the meeting that he usually collected and sorted to the QQ mailbox. After Song Xiaoshan finished doing this, he took out his mobile phone and called Lin Yiping, "Gong Lin, I have received the email you sent me." Since there were many tasks and the time was quite tight, I mobilized Zhao Dejin, Wang Bin and Zhou Qingchun, the backbone of the Bowen Project Department, to participate in the preparation of the construction organization design. We just had a short meeting to discuss. In fact, the time is very tight, because you have to open the bid on the sixth day, so what we consider in the project is that the construction organization design should be able to print, bind and seal by the morning of the fifth day at the latest. Otherwise, it may affect your participation in the bid opening of the project. Please check whether this time schedule is consistent with yours and whether there is any conflict. If there is any conflict, we will discuss adjustments. Lin Yiping replied, "There are quite a lot of things going on during this period, and I haven't even had time to arrange the time for sealing the bid and opening the bid. However, if you think your consideration and arrangement are quite thoughtful, please arrange it according to this time point first. Thank you to Manager Song for such great work support." Song Xiaoshan replied, "It's all the work of the company, and it's an honor for the project department to accept the task arrangement. If we have any questions, we can keep in touch at any time." After Lin Yiping ended her phone call with Song Xiaoshan, she came to Zhang Yinqing's temporary workstation. "Mr. Zhang, have you received all the documents sent to you?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "I have received them all, and I have already started using the software to set the fixed price package." Lin Yiping replied, "Okay. How many days do you estimate it will take to finish the part you are doing?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "It's expected to take 3 days." Lin Yiping replied, "Okay, as soon as you finish it, send it to me for inspection. If mine is finished, I will also send it to you to help you check." Zhang Yinqing replied, "No problem." After Lin Yiping left, Kai Bian came to Zhang Yinqing and asked, "Gong Zhang, what is this icon?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "It's a valve." Kai Bian asked again, "What is the difference between dn and de of this pipeline?" Zhang Yinqing replied, 1. Dn refers to the nominal diameter of the pipeline. Note, this is neither the outer diameter or the inner diameter. It should be related to the imperial unit in the early stages of the development of the pipeline D project. Usually used to describe galvanized steel pipes, its correspondence to imperial units is as follows. For branches, 48 inches, Dn 15. 6 branches, 68 inches, Dn 20. 1-inch pipe, 1 inch, Dn 25. 2-inch pipe, 1 and 14 inches, Dn 32. Half pipe, 1 and 12 inches, Dn 40. 2-inch pipe, 2 inches, Dn 50. Inch tube, 3 inches, Dn 80, also marked as Dn 75 in many places. 4-inch pipe, 4 inches, Dn 100. 2. De mainly refers to the outer diameter of the pipe. Generally, de marks need to be marked in the form of outer diameter. Taking galvanized welded steel pipes as an example, the two marking methods of Dn and de are as follows: Dn 20 to 25 x 2.5 mm, Dn 25 to 32 x 3 mm, Dn 32 to 40 x 4 mm, Dn 40 to 50 x 4 mm, etc. Kai Bian touched his ears sheepishly and said, "Gong Zhang, this is too complicated. Do we who do budget work need to remember so many things?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "When we do budget work, we only need to have a little understanding of the situation and don't make a joke. However, when calculating the project quantities, be sure not to write the wrong markings on the construction drawings. If someone else's is Dn, then you can write it as Dn. If someone else's is de, write it as de. Otherwise, we will not be able to get the price when inquiring about our material procurement, and the price will be wrong. In this case, it will cause huge economic losses in serious cases." Kai Bian replied, "Okay, I remember it. How to calculate the length of this water supply pipe?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "Calculate based on the length of the dimensions shown in the picture, the unit is m. The engineering quantities are divided according to the pipe diameter. The engineering quantities of all the same pipe diameters can be added together." Kai Bian asked, "How to calculate the length of the cable?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "The length of the cable must first be calculated according to the size shown in the figure, which is similar to the calculation of the length of the water supply pipe. Secondly, the position of each lamp must be calculated according to the quota for the length of the meter. The third is that a slack coefficient must be considered according to the quota regulations. The fourth is that all the lengths from the distribution box to the end of the circuit must be calculated." Kai Bian said, "Zhang Gong, the fourth article is a bit confusing." Zhang Yinqing asked, "Why is it so confusing? Please explain it carefully." Kai Bian asked, "Coming out of the distribution box, there are many circuits that are actually repeated. They have to travel a long distance to separate them. So, do the places where his circuits overlap should be counted as part of his cable engineering work? If so, no. Did you double count the quantities of work?" Zhang Yinqing replied, "The key point of this question is that when each power circuit comes out of the distribution box, the cables all the way to the end of the circuit are continuously broken and cannot be disconnected or connected. Therefore, the engineering quantity of the cable is the overall length from the distribution box to the end point, plus the engineering quantities that need to be added separately as just explained, to be the real cable engineering quantity. Kai Bayan asked again, then how to calculate the amount of earthwork to be excavated and filled for the cable pipe. Zhang Yunqing replied, to calculate the amount of earthwork to be excavated and filled for cable pipes, first of all, let's talk about the length of the pipes. No matter how many cables are in the same slot, they can only be counted as one length. The length of each cable in different slots must be calculated. Kai Bayan asked, what about the width? How to calculate it? Zhang Yunqing replied, the width is generally calculated according to the atlas or detailed drawing mentioned in the construction drawing. Kai Bayan said, in this drawing, I don't see the atlas number, nor the detailed drawings. Zhang Yunqing replied, in this case, you can calculate it based on 0.45 cubic meters per meter of trench for the time being. In the future, after the standards are clearly communicated during the construction process, you can calculate it more accurately. The impact on the current bidding is basically can be ignored. After Kai Bayan left, Cheng Ju came to Zhang Yunqing to ask some questions about project quantity calculation. It took Zhang Yunqing more than a day to finally complete the price list for a bid section. After a brief inspection, he sent it to Lin Yiping for review. Zhang Yunqing stood up and left the office, moving around in the corridor and taking a rest. Yu Dongjin from the Nanshan project department called. Zhang Yunqing answered the phone and asked, what's the matter? Yu Dongjin replied, Mr. Zhang, there are a lot of things. How long will it take for you to return to the project department? Zhang Yunqing quickly replied, according to the current schedule, it will take at least 5 days before we can return to the Nanshan project department. Yu Dongjin sighed and replied, so many things are happening in the project now, how should we deal with it? Zhang Yunqing asked patiently, what is the adjustment? You can just follow the normal process. Yu Dongjin replied, the key is that something unusual is happening now. There are always some visas that are not approved. It happens every day. I went to the scene to see it, but I can't decide. Zhang Yunqing replied, why can't we decide? Please briefly explain what happened, and we can discuss it first. Yu Dongjin replied, for example, for the steel structure visa, you know that all the steel structure materials have arrived. The pillars and beams of the steel structure pavilion were erected yesterday. The leader came to inspect this morning and issued the visa. He lost his temper and said that the pavilion was too ugly and would not be built. Then Fang Xian, the boss of the steel structure, brought me the visa in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing asked, did Wan Song, the production garden engineer, sign it? Yu Dongjin replied, I signed it, but the other party said that the business person didn't sign it. In the future, it will not be recognized in the settlement, and I have to sign. Then I have to ask you to sign. Zhang Yunqing asked, then do you think we should sign it? Yu Dongjin replied, the steel structure pavilion was implemented by us according to the construction drawing arrangements. Now it is suddenly cancelled. If the steel structure team is not granted a visa, their losses will be relatively large, and they will not be willing to do the finishing work later. Help us do it. If we apply for a visa for him, the cost of our project department will increase and the gross profit margin will decrease. So I think it's time to sign. Zhang Yunqing replied, my opinion is that it should be signed, but there is one thing. Let him give us a report, and we should also apply for a corresponding visa form based on his losses. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay. What about your signature? Zhang Yunqing replied, if you want to sign, you also need the signature of the project manager. You ask him to find the leader of the project department who can find it to sign first. After my signature, I can re-sign it when I come back. Yu Dongjin continued to ask, there are also those who are planting large trees now, destroying the base layer made on the road by the garden construction team. They even laid sand and gravel at the beginning, but now you can't see it at all. What can be seen on the roadbed? It was all mud. People from the garden construction team also came to us and asked for visas. Zhang Yunqing asked, then what do you think should be done? Yu Dongjin said, to be fair, it shouldn't be done, because it is caused by the rectification of the process. Zhang Yunqing replied, if we don't apply for a visa, what will the garden construction team do? Yu Dongjin said, I just refused to do it, so I found you here. Their reason is that although the process was reversed, it was not their fault. It was arranged by our on-site engineer when they requested to rush the work. And they were constructing the roadbed. At that time, there were still some unresolved demolition issues in the places where large trees are now planted, and the villagers refused to allow construction. Zhang Yunqing replied, in that case, let him write down the visa clearly, and the next visa must be processed truthfully. But for the production staff, the reason for the upper visa is also valid, and the upper visa must be processed at the same time. The visa form also needs to be processed. Yu Dongjin replied, the visa form is a very unfavorable situation for us. Now all the visas are required to be written in writing and sent to the supervisor and Party A for filing, but they are not signed. This means that we are rushing to work. As long as it is completed, if the work rush is not completed, all these visas will definitely be waste paper, and there will also be a certain degree of fines. Zhang Yunqing said, we can't be stubborn when dealing with others, but we should also treat them rationally when dealing with others, otherwise they won't cooperate with the job rush arrangements. Just sign these visas as they should. Yu Dongjin asked, there is another problem. During this time, there is a rush for work. There are many self-owned greening workers on site, and the work efficiency is also low. Now we don't have enough manpower in the business, and there is no way to count their numbers every day. I'm still worried about this. Zhang Yunqing said, don't worry about this. The number of workers on those days that were not counted is required to be handed in on the night of production. Try to take time from time to go to the site to count the number of people. The counted data will not be much different from the data reported by the production, just directly recognize the production data. If the difference is large, there must be multiple reasons to form a deterrent effect, and cannot be left unchecked. Otherwise, if you let it go too loosely, the subsequent costs will easily get out of control. Yu Dongjin replied, yes, I will. Taking time to do a surprise head count, I arranged for Li Shixuan to help with the head count. Zhang Yunqing replied, no problem, it doesn't matter as long as Shaoli doesn't have anything urgent to do. Yu Dongjin replied, greening seedling suppliers also come to us to apply for visas. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, the supplier of green seedlings only provides seedlings. He comes to us to apply for a visa. This is a new thing. Please tell me. Yu Dongjin replied, I also think their reasons are far-fetched. They said that they had been busy with work these days, and they always arrived at night to unload the seedlings. Then the next morning when they came to see our greening engineers and seedlings to purchase and harvest the seedlings, they found that there were always some seedlings missing. They asked for these things to be done to them. If the seedlings are missing, you need to apply for a visa. Zhang Yunqing asked, have the visas been signed for these greening engineers and seedling purchasers? Yu Dongjin replied, I didn't sign it. I asked two of them. Their opinions were that they didn't see it. It was impossible to sign for it. Even if it was signed by our business, he couldn't sign it. Zhang Yunqing replied, that's easy. If you don't sign in this case, our project department can collect the seedlings at any time in the future. Zhang Yunqing added, you should also pay attention to the way you communicate with suppliers. Since the producers and seedlings have not signed, you should politely ask the supplier to communicate with the producers and seedlings before talking. Yu Dongjin replied, I have already told the seedling suppliers this. Zhang Yunqing asked, that's good. Is there anything else? Yu Dongjin replied, no, I'll come back to you if I need anything. After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Yu Dongjin, he saw Lin Yiping waiting next to him and asked hurriedly, Gong Lin, what's the matter? Lin Yiping said, Gong Zhang, you are so busy. It took me a long time to find you. Didn't you send me the pricing document for the first bid? I have already gone through it quickly. We still need to discuss it in person. Communicate. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, let's discuss it somewhere. Lin Yiping replied, let's discuss it at my workstation. Zhang Yunqing and Lin Yiping came to her workstation and found a chair to sit down. The two discussed the project categories and fees in the software, the application of some quotas, the adoption of some quota coefficients, the loss agreement of supplementary materials, and how to determine the price of materials. It took almost 2 hours for the two of them to finish discussing the situation of the first bidding section. Lin Yiping said to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, you have already finished setting up the price for your first bid section. I just started the third bid section because I have a lot of chores at hand. Otherwise, you don't have to pay for the second bid section. Only half of the bidding section has been made, and the entire price package of the second bidding section has been made. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and then replied, okay, you have to hurry up with your third bid section. Although I have finished my first bid section, it was done by working overtime. It's not that I will be any faster. Lin Yiping replied, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I have to work overtime to complete my third bid section, and I won't give you the third bid section again. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. Now that we have finished talking about the first bidding section, I will hurry up and set the price for the second bidding section. When Zhang Yunqing assembled the price for the second bid section, it was much simpler. Many of the prices were already included in the first bid section. He just copied and pasted them over, corrected the quota of project quantities, and the price set was completed on the same day. After Zhang Yunqing checked it the next morning, he passed it to Lin Yiping for review. After Lin Yiping completed the review, she did not reply directly to Zhang Yunqing, but went to find Hua Baibai. Hua Baibai asked, Xiao Lin, what do you want from me? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Hua, did it turn out that Zhang Yunqing and I shared the workload of 1.5 bids equally during the meeting for the bidding list price assembly task of Tanghai Bay 701 Hospital? Hua Baibai replied, that was the decision at the beginning, what happened? Lin Yiping replied, it could be that Zhang Yunqing has already assembled the price packages for the first and second bids and sent them to me for review. No faults were found. It is considered passed. Hua Baibai asked confusedly, didn't the task be divided equally? How could he take the initiative to do half the bidding work for you? Lin Yiping replied, after I inspected his first bid yesterday, I told him that I had too many miscellaneous things on my hands, and the third bid I assigned had just begun, so I asked him to take over the entire second bid. Duan's assembly price was assembled together. I thought he would finish it tomorrow, but who knew that he sent it to me this morning and it was approved. The key is that my third bid is still in the same state as yesterday. The reason is that I have a lot of chores in my hands these days. I have to coordinate everywhere and I can't spare the time to concentrate on doing things. Hua Baibai replied, then you can just ask him to help you assemble the third bid section. Lin Yiping replied, no, I can't do that. Hua Baibai asked, why? Tell me the reason. Lin Yiping smiled bitterly and replied, yesterday when I asked him to complete the second bid section, he reminded me to hurry up and do my third bid section. At that time, I promised that I would not arrange for him to do the third bid section again. So, until now, I don't know what to do. Hua Baibai rubbed his chin, his eyes rolled around for a while and then asked, you can't have no idea. What do you want to do now? Lin Yiping replied, based on the current situation, if I wait until I am free to assemble the price, I am afraid it will affect the formation of the quotation document for the third bid section. I still want Zhang Yunqing to assemble the price for the third bid section together. Done. After hearing this, Hua Baibai said, oh, and asked again, you mean if you go and tell him now and let him finish the price package of the third bid, he won't be willing to do it. Right? Lin Yiping nodded slightly and replied, yes, I think if I go to him directly and arrange for him to complete the price assembly of the third bid section, there is a 90% chance that he will be rejected. So. Hua Bai Baikyu said, stop stuttering, say something quickly, and say anything quickly. Lin Yiping replied with a blushing face, Mr. Hua, don't get angry. I'm also afraid of delaying the company's affairs, so I would like to ask Mr. Hua to arrange for Zhang Yunqing to do the price assembly for the third bid section. Hua Bai replied, go and invite Zhang Yunqing over now, and I will tell him. Lin Yiping went to Zhang Yunqing's temporary workstation and said to him, Mr. Zhang, please excuse me. Please follow me to Mr. Hua's office. Mr. Hua is looking for you. Zhang Yunqing didn't know what was going on, so he followed Lin Yiping to Hua Bai's office. Spend 100 years as a sign. After Lin Yiping closed the door of the office, she asked the two of them to sit down first. Hua Bai smiled at Zhang Yunqing and said, Yunqing, I heard from Xiaolin that you assembled the price very quickly. It was said that you completed the price assembly for the first section yesterday and passed Xiaolin's review. Today in the morning, the price assembly work for the second bid section was completed. Xiaolin has now completed the review, and there are no problems. You deserve praise for your high work efficiency. Zhang Yunqing looked at Hua Baiwen's smiling face, and then at Lin Yiping, who had her head slightly lowered. Zhang Yunqing couldn't tell what kind of medicine was in the gourd that spent hundreds of years, so he simply acted stupid and didn't answer the call. The scene remained silent for several minutes. Lin Yiping secretly glanced at Zhang Yunqing from time to time, trying to see clearly how Zhang Yunqing would face the arrangements that would take hundreds of years to come. Hua Bai saw that Zhang Yunqing could remain silent, and became quite angry. He asked, what's wrong, Yunqing, are you dissatisfied? Why don't you speak? Zhang Yunqing thought about what this was, I didn't say anything, why was the leader still angry, so he sat up straight and replied to Hua Bai, Mr. Hua, there is nothing wrong with what you said, I am not you don't speak, but you don't know how to speak. I just think you have something to say and haven't finished it yet, so naturally I can't interrupt the leader. After hearing Zhang Yunqing's answer, Hua Bai felt embarrassed, so he rubbed his hands and said, so that's it. Xiao Lin came to me just now and said that you worked faster. She happened to have a lot of chores in her hands. The price assembly work assigned to her for the third bid section has been done very little now. If it continues to be delayed, it may failure to meet time requirements for bidding work. So, what I mean is that since you have freed up space here, you can also organize the pricing work for the third bid section assigned by Xiaolin. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Hua, I am not someone who has nothing to do except this bidding. Yu Donjin from the Nanshan project department has to give me many projects every day, all of which are relatively difficult things, and has been urging me. Go back to the project department quickly. It's not that I'm free now, I'm just afraid that the company is in a hurry, so I don't divide my time between day and night. I've been working overtime. I haven't had a break in the past few days. Otherwise, the price assembly work for thousands of items would not be so fast. Woolen cloth. I feel very dizzy now. I was planning to go back to the hotel to rest after the price assembly of the second bid section was reviewed and approved. I never thought about doing the price assembly work for the third bid section, and when the price assembly work for the second bid section was handed over to me yesterday, I made an agreement with Lin Gong, and she promised not to let it go again. I am doing the pricing work for the third bid section. After Zhang Yunqing finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yiping. Lin Yiping thought it was unintentional, but in fact he lowered his head deliberately and in time to avoid direct eye contact between the two parties. Hua Bai replied, that's because Xiaolin underestimated yesterday. She didn't know that there were so many chores that she needed to do by herself today. After she told me that she couldn't spare time today, I was quite nervous, so I hope it's on you. Zhang Yunqing replied, let Xiao Lin start walking today. I have been working overtime these days and have never rested. Now I am so tired that I even dozed off while walking. There is no way to continue the price grouping work. If Xiaolin hasn't finished it yet after working hard today, so she sent me the result of her completion, and I will continue working on it after I wake up tomorrow. It took hundreds of years to see that Zhang Yinqing's mental state was indeed not good. He couldn't hide the tiredness of working overtime continuously, so he said to Zhang Yinqing, "Okay, let's arrange it like this. You go back to rest first, and you must get up early tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing replied with the word, "good," and left Hua Baibai's office. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the hotel, the more he thought about it, the more he thought something was wrong, so he called Zhao Manfu and said, "Mr. Zhao, is it convenient to talk?" Zhao Manfu replied, "It's convenient, Yunqing. It's been a long time since you came back. The project has been like a mess in the past few days since you left. There are things everywhere that need to be dealt with by you." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be later than the day of the bid opening at the latest. I'm having some trouble here and I'm not very comfortable. I'd like to ask for your help in analysis and guidance." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Well, tell me what it is about." Zhang Yunqing said, "I went to the business department to cooperate with the Ministry of Commerce in bidding, and the task assigned was to assemble the list price of 1.5 bids, and Lin Yiping's task was also to assemble the list price of 1.5 bids. As a result, I completed the first and second bidding sections through overtime work, and they have been approved by Lin Yiping." Zhao Manfu interrupted, "Wait, aren't you responsible for the task of 1.5 bids? How come you have already completed the price assembly of 2 bids now?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Hey, this is because after I sent the price assembly document for the first bid section to Lin Yiping for review, she said she had too many chores and asked me to organize the second bid section together, instead of just doing half of it. He also said that he would never give me the price for the third bid again. Then I agreed." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "Yes, I understand. You can continue with the rest." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Later, I worked overtime again to complete the price grouping of the second bid section, and sent it to Lin Yiping for review this morning. This time she did not directly tell me the review results, but came to me and said that Mr. Hua was looking for me. Let me go to Mr. Hua's office." Of course I only went to Mr. Hua's office together. Mr. Hua told me that Xiaolin had already reviewed the price list and price documents for the second bid section that I had made, and no problems were found. He also praised me for my high work efficiency. I didn't make a sound. It stayed cold for a few minutes. Zhao Manfu replied, "That's it." "What happened next?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Later, Mr. Hua seemed a little angry and said that I didn't speak, and then we had a couple of arguments." Zhao Manfu asked, "Then what is the final result?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The final result was that I was forced to do the list price assembly work for the third bid section. But I was really too sleepy. I almost fell asleep when I walked back to the hotel just now. How can I still do it? I have the energy to help him with the list price assembly for the third bid section." Zhao Manfu said, "In your situation, some people are exhausted to death, and some people are playing tricks to death. It is also called whipping a fast cow. It is very unreasonable." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes, that's why I came to discuss it with you. Because he arranged it forcibly, I didn't say I agreed to do it, nor did I say I didn't agree to do it. I told Lin Yiping that I was too tired today and needed to rest, so I asked Lin Yiping to put together as many prices as possible today, and then we could discuss it after Mingyu went to work." Zhao Manfu replied, "Now you know how powerful it is. Xiaolin likes to do things like running around, and his emotional intelligence must be higher. He doesn't want to sit down and do the long-term work of putting together lists and prices. I have a hunch that they will still force you to do the list price assembly for the third bid section tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I also have this hunch. If I don't do it, it will definitely affect the company's bidding. If I do, the task allocation is too unreasonable. I can't accept it in my heart." Zhao Manfu smiled bitterly and said, "You encountered the unfriendly side of human nature here. You have to find a way to refuse to do the list price assembly for the third bid section tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing replied, "I will tell the truth, saying that there are many things involved in the Nanshan Project Department's rush for work that require me to return to the project department immediately to deal with them. Now it has affected the project department's rush for work arrangements. Then, he will definitely call you by phone." Zhao Manfu replied, "When Mr. Hua calls me, I will ask him to arrange for someone to take over your work immediately, and then return to the project department as quickly as possible." Zhang Yunqing replied, "That's okay, but they will definitely not agree to let me go back to the project department immediately. They will definitely negotiate with you. At least they will spend all their time tomorrow in the business department to help complete the list price assembly work." Zhao Manfu replied, "In that case, I will ask you to return to the Nanshan project department as quickly as possible after tomorrow." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, this should be able to resolve the current difficulties. Then I will rest first. After I go to Mr. Hua tomorrow, he will call you." Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay," and ended the call. It is said that Song Xiaoshan's preparation of construction organization design documents is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Seeing that everyone was ready to hold a coordination meeting, Song Xiaoshan informed the three of them to go to the conference room on the top floor to discuss. Song Xiaoshan saw that greening engineer Wang Bin, garden construction engineer Zhao Dejin, and hydropower engineer Zhou Qingchun had all arrived, and he said, "Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Dejin, please tell me what you are thinking now." Zhao Dejin said, "Manager Song, I have read the bidding documents, bidding construction drawings, bidding lists, and several construction organization design template documents you sent us. I think the first set of construction organization design documents are different from the current bidding. The projects are relatively close, especially the garden construction projects, the similarity is very high." Song Xiaoshan replied, "Okay, we understand your opinion. Wang Bin will tell you about the greening situation." Wang Bin replied, "The construction organization design template document for greening is a little more troublesome. The first, second, and third templates all have the construction organization design content we need for this project. We can only find a way to combine them. The content is merged together to make it easier to refer to and use." Song Xiaoshan replied, "Okay. The greening construction team will ask you to put the contents of the template together to form the first draft document of the first bidding section. Zhou Qingchun, can you tell me about the water and electricity situation?" Zhou Qingchun replied, "The water and electricity ones are relatively simple. The contents of several templates are similar. I think you can choose any template and modify it based on the drawings." Zhao Dejin replied, "Gong Zhou, if you can choose any template for your water and electricity project, I suggest you choose the first template file I selected during the garden construction project. This will ease the difficulty of merging the final construction documents." Zhou Qingchun replied, "Okay, then I will choose the first template for my water and electricity construction group template." Song Xiaoshan arranged, "Okay, this will make it clearer. Please hurry up and prepare the construction organization design document for the first bid section. I will handle some work matters in this conference room. What do you have in the preparation process? If you have any questions, you are welcome to come to me at any time to communicate and solve them." The meeting is adjourned. After the three of them went out to compile the construction organization design documents for the first bid section, Song Xiaoshan remembered some issues that needed to be communicated with the business department, so he called Lin Yiping, forest engineer. "Is it convenient for me to speak?" Lin Yiping said politely on the phone, "It's convenient, Manager Song, please speak." Song Xiaoshan asked, "Are the project department staffing list and machinery equipment list for this bidding ready now?" Lin Yiping replied, "The project department staffing list is available and will be sent to you later. The machinery equipment list does not include self-owned machinery. They are basically rented, so you can configure it yourself according to your needs." Song Xiaoshan replied, okay. After Song Xiaoshan received the project department staffing list from Lin Yiping, he sent it to the gardening engineer Zhao Dejin, the greening engineer Wang Bin, and the hydropower engineer Zhou Qingchun, and arranged for them to use the list correctly. In the evening, 3 people had completed the professional construction organization design for the first bid section and sent it to Song Xiaoshan. Song Xiaoshan organized a meeting for the 3 people to carry out the construction integration work. Song Xiaoshan and the 3 people repeatedly calculated whether the number of personnel in the labor plan was reasonable. After full discussion, they formed a unified opinion and modified it into the merged first bid section construction organization design document. The construction progress plan was more complicated. It took 4 people almost 2 hours to reach a consensus. The responsibility for revising the plan was assigned to Zhao Dejin. The 4 people discussed the temporary facilities layout of the project department as follows. 1. Setting up of construction project department, according to the actual situation of the construction site, in order to enter the construction process as soon as possible, a construction project department is set up on site. 2. Housing for employees and migrant workers. Set up some houses near a mixing site for security and safety purposes. Use. The rest are rented from nearby private houses to provide accommodation for employees and migrant workers. 3. Depending on the situation, the construction unit will partially generate and pump water for production in domestic water and electricity consumption. 4. Setup of concrete mixing plant and material field. The concrete mixing plant and material field are to be set up according to the on-site layout. It is used to solve concrete mixing fields, stockpiling sites, production and cement warehouses. The 4 people also discussed the overall construction plan, including diagrams and text descriptions of the layout of temporary facilities on site, the status of temporary facilities, processing workshops, on-site offices, equipment and storage, power supply, water supply, sanitation, living, roads, fire protection and other facilities. Layout. After Song Xiaoshan merged everyone's construction organization design documents together, he formed the first draft of the construction organization design document for the first bid section, and then sent the first draft document to Zhao Dejin, Wang Bin, and Zhou Qingchun for review. By 12 o'clock in the evening, the 4 people finally reached an agreement, and the preparation of the construction organization design documents for the first bid section was completed. Song Xiaoshan sent the construction organization design document for the first bid section to 3 people and Lin Yiping from the business department. Song Xiaoshan arranged for the 3 of them to take a rest early and get up early tomorrow morning to participate in the preparation process of the first bid section and continue to prepare the construction organization design documents for the second and third bid sections. The next morning, Lin Yiping came to Hua Baibai's office early to report, "Mr. Hua, Song Xiaoshan's team has sent me the construction organization design document for the first bid section last night. I took the time to read it this morning. Some revision opinions have been sent to Song Xiaoshan. According to their current progress, the preparation of construction organization design documents, through the efforts of Song Xiaoshan's team, can meet the time limit requirements of the bid." Hua Baibai replied, "Okay, I understand. Can you see if Zhang Yunqing is here?" Lin Yiping stood up and walked to the door of Hua Baibai's office, looked around, and replied, "Mr. Hua, Zhang Yunqing has already arrived at the office." After spending 100 years arranging it, Lin Yiping said, "Then you ask him to come to my office." Lin Yiping shouted, "Zhang Yunqing." After Zhang Yunqing heard Lin Yiping calling him, he got up and came to Hua Baibai's office. Hua Baibai asked Zhang Yunqing, "Were you ready to go back to the hotel and rest yesterday?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "It's time to rest." Hua Baibai arranged, "Then today you will do the list price assembly work of the third bid section after the result document made by Lin Yiping." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Mr. Hua, Mr. Zhao Manfu called me last night and asked me to return to the Nanshan project department as soon as possible today, saying that my absence in the past few days has seriously hindered the project department's work arrangements." Hua Baibai replied, that's definitely not possible. I'll call Mr. Zhao Manfu right away to discuss it. Hua Baibai took out his phone and called Zhao Manfu on speakerphone and asked, Mr. Zhao, Yun Qing just told me that you arranged for him to return to the Nanshan project department as soon as possible today, but he hasn't finished his work here yet. Woolen cloth. Zhao Manfu promised on the phone, Mr. Hua, have everything been done? Yesterday Yun Qing said that he had overfulfilled the tasks previously assigned to him. It happened that the Nanshan project department was in a rush for work, and the top-down and bottom-level discussions involved the cost. There are a lot of budget matters. Now that Yun Qing is not with the project department, many things have to wait for him to coordinate and handle. Now the project department is very difficult to operate. The suppliers are not satisfied, and the construction side is not satisfied either. Yes, I must first ensure the operation of the project department. Therefore, I arranged yesterday for him to return to the Nanshan project department today. Hua Baibai replied, it's not impossible to come back today, but Yun Qing must complete the price list of the third bid section before leaving. He can return to the project department whenever he completes it. Do you think that's okay? Zhao Manfu asked, then ask Yun Qing, when can he help you complete the price list for the third bid section? If it takes too long, it will definitely not work. Hua Baibai asked, Yun Qing, you heard Mr. Zhao's question. Please answer his question. Zhang Yunqing leaned close to the phone and replied to Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, if it goes well, it will be faster. The fastest it can be completed is this afternoon, and the slowest it can be completed tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Manfu replied, well, you must try to complete the task assigned to you by Mr. Hua this afternoon. If it is really not completed, then I'm sorry. Please arrange for Mr. Hua to arrange someone else to do it. Yun Qing must be there at the latest. I'll start returning to the Nanshan project department tomorrow morning. I have too many things going on here right now. Hua Baibai looked helpless and replied, okay, let's do what you said. Yun Qing, you and Xiao Lin go and hand over the documents quickly. Zhang Yunqing agreed, okay. Zhang Yunqing and Lin Yiping came to her workstation together. Lin Yiping sent the bidding list document for the third bid section to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing felt that the document sent was not correct, so she asked, send a software file that you have already assembled. Lin Yiping replied, Gong Zhang, I just put together 1 or 2 price lists. It's useless to send them to you, so you can just reprice them all. After Zhang Yunqing heard Lin Yiping's answer, he left silently and returned to his temporary workstation without saying anything. Zhang Yunqing poured the bidding list for the third bidding section into the pricing software. After copying the list prices in the first and second bids, I found that there were still some parts that were not in the first 2 bids. I needed to check the atlas and drawings to complete the list price normally. Zhang Yunqing was highly focused and worked hard to improve the speed of his list price assembly, and finally completed the list price assembly work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing sent the software file of the third bid section that was completed to Lin Yiping, asked her to check it, and then came to Hua Baibai's office to report, Mr. Hua, I have completed the price assembly of the third bid section list. It takes too long. I was so nervous that I didn't have time to check it myself. I have already sent it to Lin Yiping to check it. If there are any problems, I asked her to modify it herself. Hua Baibai replied, okay. At this time, Yu Danjun from the Nanshan project department called Zhang Yunqing again, and Hua Baibai signaled that he could answer the phone. After Zhang Yunqing answered the call, he asked, Yu Gong, what's the matter? Yu Danjun replied, Mr. Zhang, when can you return to the Nanshan project department? There are many things piled up now, and I need to report to you in person. Zhang Yunqing asked again, I was reporting to Hua Zhonghui about the Nanshan project department when your call came. The earliest would be tonight, and the latest would be tomorrow morning. You don't think you can make it in time? Yu Danjun replied, then you should try to come back to the project department as soon as possible. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Donjin, he reported to Hua Centennial Hui, Mr. Hua, you see the project department has piled up things in the past few days, and I urgently need to go back and deal with them in time. I want to go to the airport now. Let Tang Ying from the project department help us book air tickets on the way. Hua Baibai asked anxiously, we are leaving in such a hurry. What if Lin Yiping finds something wrong during the examination? Zhang Yunqing felt uncomfortable after hearing Hua Baibai's question, and simply replied, if you have any questions, you can call me. Plus, this is Lin Yiping's job, so she can solve it by herself. Hua Baiyin ignored Zhang Yunqing's tone and said uneasily, it's okay to go, but you have to keep the communication open to ensure that we can contact you at any time. Zhang Yunqing replied patiently, my mobile phone is on 24 hours a day and will not be turned off under normal circumstances. Except when it is forced to turn off during the flight. Mr. Hua, I will leave first. Bye. Hua Baibai waved his hand. Zhang Yunqing went to Lin Yiping and said hello, forest engineer, I have reported the work I have completed to Mr. Hua, and he has agreed that I can return to the Nanshan project department. Let's go, bye. Lin Yiping replied, I haven't finished checking yet, please keep the communication open. Someone may come to you at any time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua has already emphasized the problem of smooth communication. Don't worry, you won't shut down your phone randomly. Lin Yiping replied, well, that's good. Mr. Zhang will walk slowly. Zhang Yunqing quickly packed up the computer, software lock, etc., and put them in the computer bag. After walking out of the building where the business department was located, he immediately called Tang Ying from the Nanshan project department. Hello, I am Zhang Hongfei. Tang Ying asked on the phone, hello, Mr. Zhang, what can I do? Zhang Yunqing said, please help me book a flight ticket for me to start studying in 3 hours from Kyoto to the Nanshan project. Tang Ying replied, wait a moment, don't hang up the phone, I will check the flight information online immediately. The earliest one taking off in 3 hours will be from Kyoto Airport T1 at 9:30 p.m. Zhang Yunqing replied, then just book this one. It still takes me more than an hour to get to the airport from the company. Tang Ying replied, okay, the order has been successfully placed. Zhang Yunqing heard a text message ringing on his phone, opened it, looked at it and said to Tang Ying, thank you, I have received the successfully subscribed flight information. Tang Ying asked, is there anything else? Zhang Yunqing replied, no more. Bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the call with Tang Ying, he dialed Yu Donjin's phone. Yu Gong, I booked a flight from Kyoto Airport T1 to Nanhai at 9:30 tonight. The flight information has been sent to your QQ. Please help me contact the administration of the project department, and if it is convenient, arrange a car to pick me up at the airport. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning when Zhang Yunqing returned to the Nanshan project department. After setting an alarm to get up the next morning, he took a quick rest. The alarm woke up Zhang Yunqing from his sleep. After turning off the alarm, Zhang Yunqing quickly got up and packed up, then came to the Commerce Department office of the project department. Yu Donjin brought over a large stack of information and placed it in front of Zhang Yunqing to report, Mr. Zhang, this stack of information was reported to you on the phone. The producer and I have signed it, and now you still need to sign here for confirmation. The other pile of information is about situations where we didn't have time to report on the phone, and we also need to discuss how to handle it. Zhang Yunqing looked at the information and said, then let's deal with the things we talked about on the phone first. Yu Donjin replied, okay, you can read them one by one. If you have any questions, I will explain them at any time. Zhang Yunqing took the information about the matters communicated on the phone into his hands and read them one by one. It was consistent with the communication on the phone, so he signed all the names conveniently. Zhang Yunqing handed the signed documents to Yu Donjin, and then said, after you pick up these signed documents, it is best to show them to Mr. Zhao Manfu at some time. If he can sign, of course it will be better, all right. Yu Dongjin replied, okay. Zhang Yunqing took another pile of information that he had not reported on the phone and roughly browsed through it. There were also more than a dozen visas. Zhang Yunqing handed the information to Yu Dongjin and asked, have you read all these information? I didn't see your signature. Some of them are completely blank and no one has signed them. Yu Dongjin replied, these materials are much more troublesome. Zhang Yunqing replied, it's okay to have trouble. It would be strange if there is no trouble. Such an anxious rush for work will naturally lead to problems everywhere. You can talk about this pile of information one by one and the current situation you are dealing with now. Then let's discuss how to deal with it. Yu Dongjin took the document and opened it and said, this is a water and electricity visa proposed by the labor force. What he means is that he has buried and filled the water and electricity pipelines. Now I don't know who destroyed it. In principle, he needs to recover, so he is equivalent to doing it twice at this position. So the labor team asked him to apply for a visa for confirmation, otherwise he would not dare to repair it. Zhang Yunqing asked, do you have the production signature? Yu Dongjin replied, this visa form was signed and confirmed by our hydropower engineer Lu Ligua. Zhang Yunqing asked, then did they ask you to go and see it? Yu Dongjin replied, I was not asked to go see it. I was quite busy during this period, so I didn't go to see it. Zhang Yunbiao replied, no matter how busy you are, you still have to take time to go and see the visa application. You can rearrange your time, go to the site more during the day to see things that need to be checked on site, and arrange the detailed work that needs to be done quietly to work overtime at night. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone to have so many things in this project department piled up and dealt with centrally. Yu Dongjin asked, should I sign the visa for water and electricity? Zhang Yunqing asked in return, Yu Gong, do you want to sign or not? Yu Dongjin replied, I haven't seen it, so the code is unreliable. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, it's not real, and it's not simple. Why do I ask you to go see the scene? I saw 3 situations. One is real, so just sign it. The second one is fake, just deny the visa. The third type is half true and half false. This needs to be handled through negotiation depending on the situation. Yu Dongjin said, okay, I will ask the labor team and production people to go to the site to have a look. When the garden construction labor team had just laid the ground stones and the mortar had not yet solidified, the workers planting seedlings, these workers were our own workers, were anxious to use these ground stones to lay the lawn. Damage to others. Now the garden construction labor team came to my door and asked for visa compensation. Zhang Yunqing asked, the current signing situation, and then tell me your opinions. Yu Dongjin said, no one signed the bill for him, and he also strongly requested me to go to the site to check the current situation. If the situation is true, I think the greening workers should compensate for the cost of rework. Zhang Yunqing replied, the greening workers are our own workers. How can the greening workers compensate you? In this case, you need to call the production greening engineer Cui Yong, go to the site to check together, and then discuss how to deal with it. Yu Dongjin replied, this is a visa from a steel structure manufacturer. His paint was scratched by others just after it was painted. It needs to be reworked and requires us to confirm payment of the rework fee. Zhang Yunqing asked, can you confirm who polished the scratches? Yu Dongjin replied, I don't know what the manager of the steel structure said. It was painted the night before, but when I came to take a look the next morning, it was no longer working. He also said that they cannot be asked to arrange a dedicated person next to the steel structure at the project site. Just guard it. Zhang Yunqing replied, what he said makes sense. How do you deal with your interest? Yu Dongjin replied, he really can't tell whether this incident was caused by himself or someone else. So I want to negotiate with him a sharing ratio of the recovery cost. Zhang Yunqing replied, there are a lot of mutual sabotages in this project. Your opinion is also better. If it cannot be proved that it was completely destroyed by others, then you can ask him to bear some losses. In this case, the next project will be more secure. He carefully protects the fruits of his labor. Yu Donjin replied, yes, when I sign visas for them, I will make a note and force the suppliers to find them. Get some appropriate evidence to avoid letting the company be taken advantage of. Zhang Yunqing asked, are there other different types of visas? Yu Donjin replied, there is also a strange visa. Zhang Yunqing looked at Yu Donjin and said, what does the strange visa mean? Yu Donjin said, the steel structure company applied for a visa and said that the steel columns they placed on site weighed about 5 tons and were still there the night before. When they were installed the next day, the steel columns could not be found. We compensate him for the material costs. Zhang Yunqing replied, he didn't even install it, and it fell off. His reason for looking for us was not sufficient, and we didn't give him the steel to manage the site. Yu Donjin replied, that's why I said he was weird. If such a visa could be granted to him, I guess he could lose materials every day, and he could find someone to compensate him anyway. If this continues, he might even be able to act. It turns out that he steals his own materials and then seeks compensation from us. The risk of this kind of visa is too great. Zhang Yunqing frowned and said, that makes sense. We refuse to sign this kind of visa, but we must pay attention to the way of communication and don't make the supplier particularly disgusted. Yu Donjin looked at the information and said, as for the visa situation, there are only these types. I will ask someone to go to the site to have a look later. Do you have time to go? Zhang Yunqing glanced at Yu Donjin and said, you can just go. It really can't be solved. If you need coordination, come to me again. Try to make everyone feel that we are serving the general public instead of looking for everyone's problems. It should be better. Yu Donjin replied, okay. Then she went to check the scene. After Zhang Yunqing and others left, he got up and went to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, Yunqing, you are finally back. Do you know that everyone in our project department miss you very much? You have stayed in the Kyoto division for too long. Zhang Yunqing walked to Zhao Manfu's desk, pulled up a chair and sat down, crossed his legs and looked at Zhao Manfu, and replied unhurriedly, as if I want to stay in Kyoto for a long time. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, well, I can't guess, only you know. How are you living in Kyoto? Are you happy? Zhang Yunqing replied, it's very unpleasant. Didn't I call you? Zhao Manfu said, how could I bear to let you go later? Zhang Yunqing touched his chin and said, it won't work if I don't let you go. I just went to Mr. Hua to report that I wanted to go back to the project department. Yu Donjin called me and said that there was a lot of unresolved information, which had affected the project. They were rushing for work and asked me when I could return to the project department. I happened to have the phone on speakerphone. Mr. Hua also understood clearly that he couldn't delay the project department's affairs just to keep me there to bid. Besides, I had to complete the price assembly work for the 3 bids before leaving. Theoretically, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Zhao Manfu asked, then do you know why Lin Yiping obviously shared half of the tasks with you, but she only did a little bit and left the rest to you? Zhang Yunqing replied angrily, how do I know why? Besides, it's not that Xiao Lin only did a little bit, but he didn't do anything at all. Zhao Manfu asked curiously, this level is a bit high. You haven't mentioned it before. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Zhang Yunqing sat up straight and answered carefully, Mr. Hua arranged for Lin Yiping to hand over the price assembly documents for the 3rd bid section to me, and asked me to return to the project department after completing the list price assembly work. But after Lin Yiping and I came out and went to her workstation, guess what documents were sent to me? Zhao Manfu shook his head and replied, can I guess what? There are so many files on the computer. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, you are not using your brain and being unreasonable. She only sent me a bidding list document for the 3rd bid section. She didn't send me the document that she had set the price for the 3rd bid. Zhao Manfu looked puzzled and asked, What's the use of sending you a bidding list document? Zhang Yinqing said, I am also quite confused. Zhao Manfu asked, actually, she will send you the document that she has compiled the price for the third bid section. Wouldn't it be faster if you continue to do it? Zhang Yinqing replied, theoretically, it is like that. But Lin Yiping doesn't play by the rules. I then explicitly asked her for the documents that should be sent to me. Zhao Manfu asked, now that I can't hide, how will she answer you? Zhang Yinqing replied, the answer was an understatement. They said that there were very few people who made up the prices for me, so you can just remake up the prices for them all. Zhao Manfu asked, with your fiery temper, how could you resist her doing this? Didn't you start a fight on the spot? Zhang Yinqing shook his head, how could I have time to quarrel with her? I didn't think so much at the time. I immediately went to the computer to assemble the prices for all the lists in the third bid section. Zhao Manfu asked again, then have you ever thought about why Lin Yiping does this? Is she really that busy? Zhang Yinqing thought for a while and then replied, there are still some problems. But I didn't see her working overtime, she left right after get off work. When I go to work, I also wander around a little here and there. At least I think she is relieved that she doesn't want to do the work of setting prices. Zhao Manfu replied, she doesn't want to do those price assembling jobs. One reason is that she doesn't like that type of work, and the other is that she wants to force you to do it. Anyway, you are there and you work fast, so it's impossible not to help. Moreover, she gradually increases your workload and reduces the workload she allocates to herself. Therefore, the high possibility is that she does not want you to work in Kyoto at all, she wants you to not want to stay in Kyoto at all, and makes you eager to leave right away. Zhang Yinqing replied, my job is originally arranged in the Nanhai area, why are you worried about arranging for me to work in Kyoto? Zhao Manfu replied disdainfully, anyone who has the ability to work can easily become the target of defense by leaders or colleagues. This is the selfish nature of people. Once you feel that someone will affect your interests, you may set up something behind your back, obstacle. Zhang Yinqing asked, don't they care what the boss thinks? Don't they know that the boss actually likes talented people and people with high loyalty? Zhao Manfu replied lazily, are you thinking too much? Does the boss know more about you, or do they know more about them? Does the boss know whether you are loyal or not? Many things depend not on what you do, but on what those people close to the boss say. Zhang Yinqing replied helplessly, if this is the case, the boss will be deceived in the end. Zhao Manfu continued to talk, I don't know if the boss is being deceived, because people who are not smart or smart enough cannot be a good boss. However, one thing I know is that it will not do you any good if you stay in Kyoto for too long. Zhang Yinqing answered easily, you're right, I feel the same way. I always feel uncomfortable staying in Kyoto. I just want to end the mission in Kyoto as soon as possible and return to the project department as soon as possible. Zhao Manfu said, I'm back now, so I won't be too worried. Zhang Yinqing habitually slapped his head and replied, no, Mr. Zhao, it's not that I'm not upset anymore, it's just that I'm not that panicked. There are also a lot of things on the project that have not been dealt with. Before I came to your office, I communicated with Yu Donjin for several hours and discussed a solution to some of the matters that have been accumulated recently. Yu Donjin has already arranged for people from the production and suppliers to go to the site to check and confirm according to the agreed opinions. Zhao Manfu chuckled and said, that's right, if you don't come back, no one will take care of these things. Second, no one will be able to take care of him in time. Third, these are your own jobs. If you don't, who does it? Zhang Yinqing said with a smile, why does it feel like you are talking too much? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, I just told the facts. Your main business work needs to be sorted out. How far has it progressed? Please tell me briefly. Zhang Yinqing pondered for a while and then replied, the current major business tasks include the following points. 1. Declaration of progress payment. 2. Verify the corresponding bid clearance report. 3. Convert the above list to a fixed budget. 4. Confirm the cost. 5. Confirm the visa. 6. Pay the progress payment. 7. Clean up the bidding work. Zhao Manfu nodded and asked, how are you currently allocating these tasks? Zhang Yunqing replied, 1. For the time being, I am doing the progress payment declaration myself. After hearing this, Zhao Manfu said, you must always remember that you are the person in charge of the operation of the area. Why do you still have specific work in your hands? You are now managing a project here, and you may be able to do some specific work. If the Cheongshan Bowen project is launched in the future, how will you have time to take care of the Nanshan project as well? Zhang Yunqing replied, the business personnel for the Nanshan project were recruited not long ago. It turns out that I am the only one doing the calculations, price grouping, visas, upstream and downstream business work, and internal business work. I need to handle everything personally. Now there are 2 new people, and I gradually allocate the work to them. I can't get rid of them all at once. Zhao Manfu said, you have to adjust your status as soon as possible, change roles as soon as possible, and convert yourself from a technical position to a management position. Otherwise, if there are too many projects later, everything will be messed up, and the results will be very bad. Zhang Yunqing replied, now that I have to go out to work, I always feel a little bit uneasy. This issue of role transition has indeed not been solved for me yet. Zhao Manfu said, well, as long as you know your status, you should observe more and learn more. There is no need to rush, just adjust step by step. You can then talk about the allocation of several other tasks. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. 2. Verify the corresponding bid clearance report. At present, Li Shixuan is in charge of the specific work, and I am reviewing her result documents, but they are not yet fully connected with the Moduichi company. Zhao Manfu said, okay, the 3rd item. Zhang Yunqing said, 3rd, convert the list to a fixed budget. This matter has not been arranged yet. My initial idea is that Li Shixuan will calculate the project quantities of the new drawings, and then I will prepare the fixed budget myself. Zhao Manfu said, the 4th item. Zhang Yunqing said, 4. Confirm the cost. The person in charge of this arrangement is Yu Dongjin. Zhao Manfu said, the 5th item. Zhang Yunqing said, 5th, confirm the visa. Yu Dongjin is responsible for the arrangements now. If you have any difficulties, please come to me for discussion. Zhao Manfu said, the 6th item. Zhang Yunqing said, 6th, pay the next progress payment. Yu Dongjin is now responsible for the arrangement, which involves the preparation of the fund plan, the entry of ERP, the specific payment procedures and tracking work, etc. This work is also relatively complex and cumbersome. And it's quite time-consuming. Zhao Manfu said, the 7th item. Zhang Yunqing said, 7th, clean up the bidding work. This matter cannot be allocated at present, so I can only take the lead and communicate and discuss with the seedlings, materials, and production personnel to see if we still need to do the construction, but again there is no tender to identify suppliers. Zhao Manfu said, actually, there is an 8th item. Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Zhao, the 8th item? What is the 8th item? Zhao Manfu said, the 8th item is other urgent tasks temporarily assigned by the leadership. Zhang Yunqing replied, I understand what you said. For example, this time I went to Kyoto to bid, it was not a project matter at all, but it was suddenly arranged for me, and I went to Kyoto for several days. Coupled with the impact of these events, there is actually a lot of business work. Zhao Manfu replied, business work is not only very large, but also complex and difficult to handle. It often involves the interests of all parties, and conflicts are naturally very concentrated. If it is not handled well, it will easily bring problems to the project. Very unfavorable results. Zhang Yunqing replied, that's true. It's too difficult for us to do business work. There is no time that can be truly free. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you are just talking nonsense. For example, what can you do on a rainy day? Don't you want to rest? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, you don't understand the suffering of grassroots business employees. Do you think our business employees are like production employees? As long as it rains and the site cannot move, we can basically rest. But we business employees, but I am different. Zhao Manfu asked, what is the difference between business and production? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, look, let's talk about it in stages. The first stage is after signing the construction contract and before entering the site for construction. During this period, commercial employees have to participate in gross profit margin calculations and organize bidding work, and time is often very tight. During this period, the main part of production is that the project manager has more cooperation work, and most of the other production work has a much smaller workload. Zhao Manfu nodded and replied, that's it for this stage. You're right. What about the second stage? Zhang Yunqing replied, the second stage is the construction stage. The commercial work during the construction phase involves a lot of work from above and below, and the tasks just mentioned basically all exist. During the entire construction phase, there was no day when the business work could truly be relaxed. If unfortunately there is a work stoppage, the workload of the business will increase exponentially. During this period, most of the production staff can take a break, or at least take a break. Although Zhao Manfu felt strange, he did not comment on this item and signaled Zhang Yunqing to continue. Zhang Yunqing continued, the third stage is the settlement stage. Involving downward settlement and upward settlement, this period generally lasts a long time. Business employees are calculating quantities and verifying prices all day long. In various communication and coordination between upper and lower parties, conflicts involving interests are more complicated, are often difficult to deal with and cause a lot of worries. Production staff are relatively relaxed during this period. Zhao Manfu couldn't help but ask, what problem do you want to explain when you talk about these three stages? Zhang Yunqing replied, I want to explain which type of staff is more tired among the staff of the engineering project department. Zhao Manfu replied, what's your conclusion? Zhang Yunqing replied, business workers are more tired and never get a break. Zhao Manfu expressed his objection, not necessarily. Zhang Yunqing didn't understand Zhao Manfu's answer, so he asked, why isn't it necessarily true? Zhao Manfu knew Zhang Yunqing's impatience, so he comforted him, don't worry, listen to me and explain the reasons slowly. You said that business people may not get a good rest during their work for a long time. I understand and recognize this. But when you say that the work of business staff is more tiring than that of production staff, I don't think that's necessarily true. From just one point, we can make a clear distinction. Zhang Yunqing asked curiously, one point can make the difference. Which point is it? Zhao Manfu collected his thoughts and replied seriously, I think the most important issue is the intensity of working outdoors. If you look at the production staff, project manager Zhou Wencheng, production manager Su Kun, landscaping engineer Cui Yong, garden construction engineer Wan Song, water and electricity engineer Lu Ligua, and measurement engineer Lin Jun, each of them spends a lot of time working at the outdoor construction site every day. It's quite long, and my clothes are often soaked with sweat, and my face is covered with white salt. Especially the measurement engineer Lin Jun, look at his skin color due to being exposed to the sun for a long time outdoors. Have you ever seen anyone darker than him? Zhang Yunqing replied unconvinced, why is there no more? The skin color of African blacks is darker than his. Zhao Manfu criticized, your cross-race comparison is nothing. So my understanding is that people in production are tired, people in business are tired, and as long as we work in the project department, have you ever seen anyone who is not tired? It's just that the tiredness is different, and the time intensity is indeed slightly different. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhao, you can really speak. I have nothing else to do and am going to track the progress of some work. Zhao Manfu replied, well, you go ahead. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce and found Li Shixuan to understand the situation. Xiao Li, have the engineers from Modu Ichai come here? Li Shixuan replied, yes, I'm here. I've already met them once, but they have just taken over the work here, and there are only 1 or 2 people here, so they are not busy at all. Zhang Yunqing asked, when was the last time you met their people? Li Shixuan replied, a few days ago. What, do you want to go there? Zhang Yunqing replied, well, you take me to meet them and strengthen communication. Li Shixuan replied, yes, it's not far anyway. We will work in a board room provided by the general contractor. We can go and have a look now. After finishing speaking, Li Shixuan took Zhang Yunqing to the office of the Cost Consulting Unit. After the two arrived at the office of the Cost Consulting Unit, Li Shixuan said to a woman, hello, Mr. Ding. Mr. Zhang, the commercial manager of our Nanhai area, heard that you were coming and asked me to bring you here to visit you. Zhang Yunqing came to Ding Xiaohe, handed out his business card with both hands and said, hello, Mr. Ding, I am the commercial manager of the Nanhai District of Occidental Construction Company, Limited, my surname is Zhang and my first name is Hongfei. Please take care of me in the future, Mr. Ding. Ding Xiaohe smiled and pulled up 2 chairs and said to them, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, please sit down. After the two sat down, Ding Xiaohe asked with a smile, when Xiao Li came to see me last time, she mentioned that her leader went to Kyoto on a temporary urgent mission. Mr. Zhang went to Kyoto, when did he come back? Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, Mr. Ding, I just returned to the Nanshan Project Department last night. After I asked Xiao Li this morning that you have arrived at the Nanshan Project Department, Ding, I quickly asked her to bring me over to talk with you. You meet. Ding Xiaohe smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, why are you coming to me in such a hurry? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I came to see Mr. Ding just to find out when the bid clearance report we submitted will be reviewed and released to us. Ding Xiaohe replied, I am here now to contact the construction party and our company's cost department, and try to clear up the construction party's work tasks. It is necessary to collect all relevant electronic documents, and then ask the company leaders to arrange a specific cost team to provide cost consulting services. Zhang Yunqing asked, in that case, we don't know when our clearance report can start to be reviewed? Ding Xiaohe replied, at least today, these things are still being arranged and have not been fully clarified. I hope you can understand and wait a few more days. Zhang Yunqing replied, there is no problem in waiting a few days, but we still need to trouble Ding Gong to say hello to the builder. Don't affect the review progress of our progress payment application just because the bid clearance report has not been reviewed. Ding Xiaohe replied, the review of the progress payment is also arranged by our company. I remember that it was reported yesterday. Our company may be the first to handle this work. The construction party has already said hello and said that this progress payment the review work is currently the most urgent task, otherwise the construction unit will not receive the project payment in time and it will be difficult to truly rush for the work. Zhang Yunqing felt confident after hearing Ding Xiaohe's answer. At least the progress payment had been declared normally, and he still asked with concern, Ding, Mr. Ding, I would also like to ask how many days it will take for the review of the progress payment to be completed. Ding Xiaohe replied, our company has arranged for more than 10 people to calculate and verify the price. According to the work plan, it is expected to take 10 days. After hearing this, Zhang Yunqing replied, 10 days is so long. In this case, I'm afraid that the review of the project funds will not be timely. Ding Xiaohe asked, Gong Zhang, how many years have you been doing cost work? Zhang Yunqing asked confusedly, it's been more than 10 years, Mr. Ding, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Ding Xiaohe smiled and replied, Mr. Zhang, you have been doing cost work for more than 10 years. Naturally, you know that for such a large-scale project, it is the first time for our cost consulting company to review it. There is no basic data for reference. That's why we arranged for more than 10 people to do this work. But it's still not something that can be completed in 3 or 2 days. It should take 7 or 8 days to complete the compilation and 1 or 2 days to review it. It should be completely normal. Right? Zhang Yunqing replied sheepishly, yes, Mr. Ding, I only considered that we were in a hurry to collect the payment, and did not fully consider the reasonable time arrangement of the cost consultation work, which made you laugh. Ding Xiaohe replied, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, as long as we communicate more, support each other, and have enough mutual understanding, there will be no problems that cannot be solved. Regarding the restriction on progress payment review application that you are worried about, our cost consulting company will also report the situation to the construction unit objectively, strive for the construction unit's understanding, and get them to agree to pay your progress payment as soon as possible. Zhang Yunqing heard what Ding Xiaohe said and there was nothing wrong with it. He replied, okay, thank you, Mr. Ding. Regarding the bid clearance and verification, we are always ready. As long as you say hello, we will arrange for people to cooperate. Ding Xiaohe replied, okay, we will notify you in time when we are ready. Zhang Yunqing and Li Xishuan said goodbye to Ding Xiaohe's office and returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Zhang Yunqing asked Li Xishuan if she had any specific work at hand recently. Li Xishuan said that there was no specific work. She had been looking through the quota book for a few days and was almost finished. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, oh, you have enough time to read the quota book. You should have said it earlier. It's not that there is nothing to do, but that there are many things and no one is doing it. In the future, when you no longer have anything specific to do, you must tell me in time so that I can arrange new work tasks for you. Li Xishuan replied, yes, I remembered it. Zhang Yunqing arranged, take the set of drawings that are being implemented on the current project and ask the production staff to get a final version. Take some time to calculate the project quantities and calculate them according to professional classifications such as garden construction, water, electricity, and greening. Give me one after you calculate each one, so that I can form the cost software file for transferring the list to the quota. Li Xishuan replied, okay, then should I ask the production manager Su Kun for it? Zhang Yunqing replied, you can ask him for it. When communicating, ask more questions. Don't get the wrong documents or get missing documents. You must express your meaning clearly, otherwise it will be in vain. Li Xishuan replied, yes, but if he gives the wrong documents, can we judge? Zhang Yunqing replied, the easiest way is to find other engineers or contractors and check whether the diagrams they return to you are consistent with the diagrams you get. Another stupid way is to simply go through the drawings you get, remember some key areas, and go to the site to have a look. If the drawings are wrong, you will definitely find major inconsistencies. Li Xishuan replied, well, okay, I will try all these methods. Now I will go to the production manager Su Kun to get a drawing. Li Xishuan came to the production office, found production manager Su Kun and said, Manager Su, please give me an electronic version of the latest construction drawings. Production manager Su Kun asked, Gong Li, what do you use the drawings for? Li Xishuan replied, it's because Mr. Zhang arranged for me to calculate the engineering quantities of the construction drawings currently being implemented, so I came to you to ask for the drawings. Production manager Su Kun replied, there are no completely complete drawings. When I first won the bid, it was just a construction drawing for the bidding. After the construction begins, some drawings are required. So I need to sort them out before I can send them to you. Li Xishuan replied, okay, please ask how long it will take you to sort it out. From what Mr. Zhang said, it is probably something that needs to be done urgently. Production manager Su Kun replied, I estimate it will take 2 days, because most of the time during the day, I will be out on site. I only work overtime to sort it out when I return to the office at night. Li Xishuan replied, okay, I'll bother manager Su. I'm leaving, bye. Production manager Su Kun waved his hand and said, bye. After returning to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Li Xishuan reported to Zhang Yunqing. Production manager Su Kun said that it will take him about 2 days to collect and organize the drawings. Zhang Yunqing said, yes, but you have to hurry him up. Otherwise, it will be difficult if he forgets when he works too much. Li Shixuan replied, okay. I will ask him again tomorrow about his progress. After Zhang Yunqing ended his communication with Li Shixuan, he saw Yu Dongjin returning to the office and asked, how was the situation when you went to the scene to see it? Yu Dongjin replied, the old problems have been solved according to the ideas you gave. Zhang Yunqing replied, as long as it is solved. Yu Dongjin added, but there were some problems besides those visas. Zhang Yunqing replied, what's the problem again? Yu Dongjin replied, the garden construction labor team said that they had some visa forms that had not been signed before our business people came to the project department. Zhang Yunqing asked, did he take out the paper documents? Yu Dongjin replied, I asked him to take a look at it, and he said he didn't have it. Zhang Yunqing replied, when I first came to this project department, I mentioned in the meeting that the visa and negotiation documents that had not been processed before were limited to a time limit and must be submitted to the Ministry of Commerce before that deadline. Our business only the Ministry of Commerce will approve it. At that time, it was also said that even if it was a white draft document without anyone's signature, as long as it was submitted, employees of the Ministry of Commerce would help coordinate and resolve it. Now that deadline has long passed, and I haven't seen any company hand in blank visa or negotiation documents that have not been resolved. So, be careful and don't let him think that the time limit is unlimited. After that certain period of time has passed, you can just refuse all visas and negotiations without notifying our business people to see them. If they don't adhere to this, they can make up a lot of visas and negotiate. Yu Dongjin agreed, yes, I understand. I will pay special attention to their visa and negotiation issues in the future. Zhang Yunqing asked Yu Dongjin, do you know the progress of the progress payment declaration? Yu Dongjin replied, I only know that the 3 of us who did the landscaping have reported it to the general contractor, but I don't know about the others. Zhang Yunqing replied, I just went to the office of Ding Gong of the cost consulting company with Xiao Li. What she said was that the progress payment declaration document we matched was received by her company yesterday, but because it was a bit large, so it will take more than 10 days to complete. Yu Dongjin replied, okay, then did she say whether we need to cooperate during the review? Zhang Yunqing guessed, it is estimated that under such a tight schedule, they just reviewed the amount and did not have time to check carefully. After all, it is just a review of the progress payment. If there is indeed a problem with the data, it can definitely be corrected during settlement. Yu Dongjin replied, well, that's the truth. After more than 10 days of his review, each team will already be anxious to ask for money. How can there be time to argue with them? Zhang Yunqing touched his chin and replied, yes. What's more, after more than 10 days of her review, the general contractor still can't get the money. It still needs at least half a month of review by the construction party before the general contractor can get the project payment. And the project funds will be allocated to us after the general contracting process. Therefore, in this case, we are very passive in terms of time in collecting project funds, and we can only do our best in personnel and affairs and let fate dictate.